Good morning, welcome, bienvenue, bon dia, kaixo, komoron. I am Anna Solemena. I'm senior expert for multilingualism at the European Commission. I'm kicking it off. Sarah will follow me shortly. I'm really happy to be back in Graz, always a pleasure. And moreover, for this second event that we organize in the series of our cooperation on regional and minority languages, multiple voices in the classroom. So this is part of the collaboration between the European Commission and the Council of Europe's ECML, European Center for Modern Languages. We are cooperating for a long time because the Commission and the Council of Europe are really very much aligned on their language policies. And so we decided in 2013 already that it made sense to pool our resources in this domain. So we have been collaborating closely in a partnership on innovative methodologies and assessment in language learning. And this, of course, covers many, many areas. One is, for instance, multilingual classrooms. Today, we are going to talk about multilingual classrooms, but with a focus on the regional and minority languages. We also cooperate on testing and assessing in line with the Common European Reference for Languages, content and language integrated learning, CLIL, the use of digital tools and AI for language learning, which is increasingly important, I would say. We, for instance, at the occasion of the European Day of Languages in September, launched a motivation manifesto for language learning that Sarah will talk a little bit more about in a moment. And of course, an important also area of cooperation is language diversity. And this is your specialty here. So I'm happy to announce that we have just concluded our agreement for the cooperation in the next 3 years. And this is one of the areas that we will be continuing to working on. So this is the second in a series of many, I hope. And why? Well, the reason is very, very clear, because Europe is very linguistically diverse. So we have like 60 more or less regional and minority languages with different degrees of officiality. Some have a lot and some have little, spoken by about 40 million citizens. And these languages reflect identity, culture, and history. And people care deeply about their linguistic heritage. So citizens have consistently called for better protection of this diversity. For instance, in 2020, with the launch of the Minority Safe Pack, citizens' initiative that gathered more than 1 million signatures. Then in 2022, the Conference for the Future of Europe. And only last year, we launched a Eurobarometer survey on languages that I invite you to check, because it was really covering many, many fields. And one of the things we asked is, do you think that regional and minority languages should be protected? And 84% of the respondents said yes. So it is something that citizens clearly care about. So now I want to go to 2025, because we're in 2025. And just 2 weeks ago, on 12th November, the Commission launched a new culture compass for Europe. I don't know if you had heard of it, so I take the occasion to let you know. So this is a new strategic vision for culture in Europe. And it underscores cultural and linguistic diversity specifically as a central element in the European way of life. And Commissioner Mikalev, who is responsible for culture, rightly points out also that culture is the first line of defense of democracy. So, you know, it's important to look into culture and diversity at this moment. And this culture compass highlights the EU's commitment to continue protecting, developing, and promoting linguistic diversity. One of the first actions in early 2026 will focus on making diverse online cultural content created in Europe more discoverable, because sometimes it's not easy to find. And this will also, of course, include content in the languages spoken by fewer speakers. Also, in the first half of 26, we will work on a joint political declaration on the culture compass with the European Parliament and the Council. Finally, the compass recalls that supporting the linguistic diversity is already one of the objectives of the EU programs for education and culture, namely Erasmus+ and Creative Europe, And there's a lot that we are already doing. In fact, in 2024, we published a brochure showcasing what these two programs can do. So what were some of the successful projects that received support from Erasmus Plus and Creative Europe, seeking to inspire new applicants. So this is the brochure. For those that don't know it yet, I will leave it here so you can take a look. Some of you, I have already shared with you this before. So our approach is really bottom up. It's the people on the ground who know what could be better done to support these languages. So you come up with the projects, you apply via Erasmus Plus or Creative Europe, and then you get the funding. There's a lot of competition. I will not say it's easy, but it's possible. So I encourage you to do it. Culture and linguistic diversity also play an important role in regional and local development. And so in September, we had a look at that, and we published another little study, this one, the economic impact of language policies in multilingual regions. I will leave some copies of the executive summary here. This is looking particularly at the economic impact, which is something that I think nowadays is also a big focus in policy making. And it concludes that linguistic diversity is actually a valuable asset for regional development. So when policies integrate the heritage languages into education, into public services, culture, work life, regions gain stronger employability, social cohesion, and even attract investment and tourism. So I think that's good news for all of us. In fact, in that field, I recall that Interreg, the EU's flagship program helping regions to collaborate each other across borders, also includes support for cultural and linguistic exchanges. So also those of you that are working in regions or in the national authorities, when developing projects, keep in mind that this is one of the areas that can be integrated. Finally, the Commission also uses the Research and Innovation Program, Horizon, to support linguistic diversity. And I wanted to point out some exciting ongoing projects. So one that is in the final year, Rise Up, is particularly focused on safeguarding endangered languages in Europe. They are focusing on 4 particularly endangered languages, but in their website, if you go to riseup.eu, you see resources on linguistic diversity overall. And then there's a new batch of projects that started a few months ago. Multi-LX, strengthening Europe's linguistic capital. Forsterlang, reversing the linguistic diversity crisis and unlocking its social benefits. Pluridentities, empowering plurilingual identities through inclusive policies and classroom practices. So this one is really looking into multilingual classrooms in particular. And Revive, supporting language revitalization through community storytelling and digital innovation. So here there are a lot of resources that I think will be of interest to you that are coming up. These projects typically last for about 3 years. So that's it for me right now. Just thanking the ECML and the experts from NPLD, Friske Academy, the FUEN, for having put together this incredible lineup of speakers from many different countries in Europe. I'm really very much looking forward to the presentations and to our discussions. And now I hand it on to Sarah Breslin, our host.
Thank you, Anna, and good morning, everybody. Just some technical points. I'm going to do part of my introduction in French. You may have noticed you have headsets on the table. So if you need them, please unwind them now. Could I also ask everyone to make sure that your mobile phones are switched off or on silent, please? Thank you. I'll give you a moment. Yes, we never remember to build 2 minutes into the program for unraveling the cord. And just to say that everything Anna has mentioned, you know, we have a dedicated website for today's event, so we will add all of those references that Anna mentioned to the website. So you don't need to worry about remembering the names, etc. We will do that. Okay? Good. Bonjour. Bonjour et bienvenue aussi de ma part à ce
Thank you very much and welcome. Welcome here. It's the second ECML EC Colloquium Multiple Voices in the Classroom, this time on secondary education. I'm Sarah Breslin. I'm the Executive Director of the European Centre for Modern Languages, ECML, and also Head of Language Policies of the Council of Europe. I'm very happy to see how many people are here in this room and to see that so many other people also follow online. I'm also happy to see here so many people we know already, but also some newcomers to the ECML, because almost half of the people present here are now in their first direct contact with the ECML, and I hope it won't be the last one. It's always highly encouraging to know that we are implementing our mission to widen our networks and also our impact. First of all, let me thank Anna Solé Mena for her opening speech. Anna, thank you very much. You have shown us how important this colloquium is and how important regional and minority languages, RML, are in this wide linguistic landscape of Europe. Thanks also for having addressed some new initiatives of the European Commission in order to strengthen such linguistic and cultural diversity. Anna mentioned the cooperation agreement, which we have been having for many years already between Commission and ECML, and from 2026, for the first time, we will be having a 3-year agreement. We are very grateful to Commission for this, and this shows clearly that our cooperation during all these years is still being strengthened because our policies and priorities are even closer to each other now. And now I'm going to change to English.
You'll allow me to briefly place the work we do together in the wider context of the Council of Europe's philosophy and vision for languages, set out in the 2022 Committee of Ministers' recommendation to Member States on the importance of plurilingual and intercultural education for democratic culture, and to highlight the relevance of this political instrument to regional and minority languages. By developing this recommendation, the Council of Europe was deliberately putting language education in the political spotlight. Why? Because it was concerned about two societal developments in Europe. The first one, a tendency among public authorities and civil society to believe that proficiency in one additional language is sufficient, provided that language is English. And the second concern, the populist notion that proficiency in minority languages or migrant languages, widespread in today's increasingly diverse societies, is somehow detrimental to social cohesion. Okay, two major concerns. The Secretary-General of the Council of Europe, Alain Berset, in his statement to mark the 26th anniversary of the European Day of Languages this year on September the 26th, he went even further when he declared, and I quote, "Europe's multilingual heritage is one of its greatest strengths. The Council of Europe actively promotes and protects this diversity, recognizing that the teaching and learning of multiple languages is not a cultural luxury, but a political necessity, a vital means of bringing the European ideal to life and reinforcing the pluralistic, inclusive, and forward-looking values at the heart of the European project." These pluralistic values underpin all of our work, but I'd like to point out two resources that are particularly pertinent in the context of regional and minority languages. The first is our wonderful publication for children, Lara's Journey Through Europe's Regional and Minority Languages. This is about promoting and protecting linguistic diversity and helping young people to discover this diversity. We're always looking to update this brochure, so if there are regional or minority languages missing, please offer to provide us with the information and we can update it, update the brochure. Lots of additional resources online. And the second one, Anna already mentioned, the Motivation Manifesto. You have the flyer, I believe, in your packs, the shorter version in English and French. But in fact, the flyer has now been translated into 27 different languages. However, amongst those 27, of regional and minority languages, we only have Irish. So we're looking for volunteers in this room to translate it into additional regional and minority languages. I think it's a tool that you can use in many different contexts, and I hope that you will be able to find out more about these today in the course of this event. Motivation and the need for a motivational ecology. What do we mean by that? Concerted and coordinated support at all levels, at the level of policy, research, teacher education, classroom practice, I think is very much reflected in today's programme, with examples from the different players on what can be done to promote and protect regional and minority languages in the secondary sector, which is a particularly challenging environment, with timetables becoming squeezed and young people faced with difficult choices. I hope today's event will help address some of those challenges and provide an opportunity for us to learn from one another. Some of you may have noticed a change to the programme. Unfortunately, one of our keynote speakers, Maite Puigdeval, had to cancel at the last minute because her father took very unwell. We send Maite our very best wishes, and we hope that at a later date she will be in a position to make a recording of her presentation and we can upload it to the website. I am delighted to say, however, that Tomasz Wicherkiewicz is here with us today. Tomasz's background is in sociolinguistics, language policy and planning, as well as minority studies. He has a special interest in endangered languages and in their revitalization and in the protection of minority rights. And today he's going to tell us about the linguistic situation in Poland's schools. So please join me in welcoming Tomasz.
Thank you so much. Better. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's my great pleasure and honor to be with you, chères mesdames, chers messieurs, dear colleagues. It's also a pleasure to see so many familiar, friendly faces. And well, I'm from the University of Poznań, Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. Thank you, Anna, for mentioning the Horizon projects, because Fosterlang is actually, I'm also representing the consortium who's responsible for the Fosterlang project under the auspices of the University of Warsaw. And as partners, we have organizations or NGOs representing four minority language communities in Poland, two of them recognized, officially recognized, Kashubian and Lemko. But we also invited two communities which still struggle for political recognition under the legal system of Poland, the 2005 Act on National or Ethnic Minorities, namely Silesians and the Myserish, Wilamowice, the sometimes labeled the smallest Germanic language of Europe. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the lessons, both positive and those challenging challenges from Polish schools. The linguistic constellation of Polish secondary schools has changed more dramatically over the past 2 decades than in any other period since the political transformation of 1989. For much of the 20th century, secondary education in Poland operated under a deeply rooted assumption, of linguistic homogeneity. And not only the education system, also the whole generations were brought up in the idea of Poland's ethnic, cultural, religious, and linguistic homogeneity. Polish was understood as the natural, uncontested medium of schooling, sometimes even as an endangered one because of history. Other languages were relegated to the status of just foreign language subjects. National minorities were present, but their educational needs were often marginalized or simply silenced, treated as exceptional. The languages labeled today regional as Kashubian, though spoken in distinct local communities, were long framed as dialects, folklore, or remnants of rural heritage, not as languages worthy of serious institutional support. This picture no longer holds. By the early 2020s, Polish secondary schools had become complex multilingual environments, shaped by two more major and simultaneous forces. First, the long-standing presence and rights of national or ethnic minorities, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Ukrainians, Germans, Lemkos, as well as the by now only legally recognized regional language, Kashubian. They continue to generate a demand for diverse language of instruction models. Second, rapid and large-scale migration, particularly after 2014 and most dramatically after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, has brought tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of young people into the Polish education systems. Many arrive with diverse linguistic repertoires, interrupted schooling, different curricular backgrounds, and varying degrees of proficiency in Polish. These two strands, minority or regional languages and migrant languages, overlap with the same regions, the same institutions, sometimes taught by the same teachers, subject to the same assessment systems and curricular constraints. Yet the educational literature, as well as policy discourse, has often treated them separately. Minority languages as a matter of constitutional rights or cultural heritage, migrant languages as a matter of integration, adaptation, and social cohesion. The reality in secondary schools is more entangled. The ways in which one group's linguistic rights are protected or neglected affect how the other group's linguistic needs are interpreted and supported. In some communities, minority and migrant students sit in the same classrooms. In others, they participate in shared extracurricular activities or face the same structural bottlenecks such as teacher shortages, curriculum rigidity, or insufficient funding. This raises several urgent questions. Does the growing visibility of migrant languages threaten the institutional position of regional and minority languages in secondary schools? Are foreign languages, regional minority languages, and migrant languages competing for scarce institutional time, symbolic capital, or administrative attention? How does linguistic diversity interact with phenomena such as hate speech, xenophobia, or the stigmatization of both minorities and migrants? And crucially, how might shifts in language policies help transform schools into spaces where linguistic diversity is normalized, valued, and connected to broader goals of educational equity? Drawing on various predominantly recent sociolinguistic analysis of minority language secondary schools and research on the integration of migrant background pupils, my presentation argues that languages themselves do not compete. What competes are educational structures, political priorities, funding mechanisms, and entrenched ideologies that privilege still monolingual norms. When these constraints are addressed through flexible curricula, teacher training, recognition of linguistic rights, and intercultural education, Secondary schools can become spaces where multiple languages coexist productively rather than in tension. Contemporary Polish secondary schools educate probably one of the most diverse student populations in the country's history. Migration to Poland has diversified not only major urban centers, but also medium-sized towns and rural areas. Today, secondary students with migration experience include Ukrainian refugee youth, often arriving after 2022 with disrupted schooling and emotional trauma, Belarusian political migrants, many of whose families fled repressions after 2020, labor migrants' children, especially from Central Asia, Vietnam, India, Nepal, and Middle East, so-called re-emigrants returning from Western Europe, Poles, often bilingual, but lacking some formal registers of Polish, for example, or students from multicultural families navigating two or more home languages. These linguistic repertoires range from Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian, and Armenian to Vietnamese, English, Tamil, or Arabic, the constellation seen for the very first time in my country's history. Some students possess literacy in their home languages. Many do not. For secondary education, where formal or even academic Polish becomes the main medium for mastering complex content, these differences matter profoundly. Science subjects, humanities, vocational training, all rely on specialized terminology that cannot be acquired solely through everyday communication. Alongside migrant languages, Polish secondary schools serve national minorities, ethnic minorities, and the Kashubian regional language community. In the Polish legal system, the difference between national and ethnic minorities is just the fact of possessing a very artificially defined kin state. So, for example, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Russians, Czechs, Slovaks are considered national minorities, while Tatars, Karaims, Roma, and Lemko are considered ethnic ones. The Kashubian is the only officially recognized regional language. Their presence predates contemporary migration flows by centuries. Communities with Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian, but endogenous, autochthonous identity, the communities maintain their strong educational traditions, or at least endeavor to maintain. German minority families, though geographically dispersed, have established language programs in supplementary forms in the 1990s only. Let's remember, any form of teaching German was officially forbidden in the territory of roughly referred as Silesia until 1980s. The only regional linguistic community, Kashubs, have a uniquely complex sociolinguistic position. Kashubian recognized as a regional language, and this legal distinction shaping school practices. So the communities and their languages referred in my presentation, the autochthonous regional minority languages with their predominantly, with their main locations are shown on the map. Nevertheless, despite this historical presence, the number of institutions offering sustained minority or regional language programs is surprisingly extremely small. More than 700 primary schools teach minority languages, but only 19 secondary schools do so. Only 5 public schools offer robust bilingual or minority medium models on the secondary level. The Kashubian case, for example, illustrates both the potential and fragility of regional language education. Kashubian is taught in over 400 primary schools. The transition to secondary education is uneven and discontinuous. Only a handful of lycea, so the secondary school of general education, offer Kashubian as a subject. None provide a full bilingual or immersion model. This discontinuity contributes to language attrition precisely at the stage when adolescents form more stable linguistic identities and consider long-term educational pathways. The 2005 Act on National and Ethnic Minorities and on the Regional Language guarantees and provides a strong basis for minority and regional language education through the right to learn the minority or regional language, the right to be taught in the minority or regional language, and the right to cultural, historical, and identity-oriented instruction. These rights represent not only cultural protections, but markers of democratic maturity. They align with William Kymlicka's argument that multicultural citizenship requires institutional support for minority linguistic continuity, especially in secondary education where identity, aspirations, and symbolic capital crystallize. Minority language secondary schools in Poland operate in three models. Bilingual secondary schools, so there is a Belarusian Polish, Ukrainian Polish institutions where subjects are taught in both languages. Minority language medium schools, actually only one school complex for Lithuanian minority in a little town of Punsk, where most instruction is in the minority language. And then the third type, additional instruction schools, where the minority language is taught as a subject. The Kashubian model is slightly distinct. Despite Kashubian's legal recognition, secondary schools overwhelmingly use the additional instruction model. Kashubian is taught as a subject, not as a medium of instruction. This weak bilingual model severely limits the development of fluency and sends the symbolic message that Kashubian is a supplementary or ornamental rather than an equal linguistic resource. Secondary schools teaching minority or regional languages serve not merely as educational institutions, but in many cases as cultural and identity centers, such as choirs, activities, theater groups, exhibitions, cross-border partnerships, as core functions of minority schools. Kashubian schools too perform these roles. Kashubian language schooling helps reverse ideologies portraying Kashubian as a non-prestigious home code. Yet, it also documents how internalized stigma persists, shaping how adolescents perceive the value of learning Kashubian in a school setting. From some perspectives, including research ones, Kashubian is labeled as a collateral language, one positioned genetically, linguistically close to Polish, previously often framed as a dialect. This proximity, however, leads to several consequences. The language is seen as easy, as thus of limited academic value. Some heritage speakers feel embarrassed using it in formal settings. Teachers do adopt Polish norms in teaching Kashubian, reducing its authenticity. Students sometimes perceive Kashubian as a low-stakes elective rather than a serious discipline. These issues echo challenges faced by minority languages globally. Catalan in its early revitalization period, regional languages in France, Scots in the UK, where linguistic proximity to a dominant language has historically undermined legitimacy. Minority and regional language secondary schools face persistent obstacles. Teacher shortages, lack of textbooks, demographic decline in rural minority areas, political pressures which may threaten school autonomy, or rigid curriculum structures, making it difficult to integrate bilingual models. Among the political pressures, I do have to mention the fact of banning 1/3 of, or seizing 1/3 of central subsidies to German language schools in 2020 as a sort of retaliation for the worsening Polish-German official state relations. And then, all of a sudden we discovered that actually there are no mechanisms to stop such political actions. Nothing could be done. Could have been done. Nothing has been done actually to stop this overtly discriminatory policy. Only after elections, the new government returned to their full subsidy patterns for German minority in Poland. What about migrant students? Unlike minority language students, many migrant learners enter secondary school without literacy in their home languages or with interrupted schooling. So 3 subgroups can be indicated. Refugees, often with trauma and gaps in schooling. Labor migrants' children who may have partial exposure to Polish but lack formal registers. And re-emigrants who speak Polish informally but have never learned subject-specific vocabulary in Polish. These distinctions matter profoundly in secondary education, where special terminology is essential for professional success. Poland currently employs 2 principal models of educational provision for newly arrived students. In the mainstream inclusion models, migrant learners enter regular classes immediately, which offers the benefits of immersion and sustained peer contact, but often exposes students to overwhelming demands for which they are not yet linguistically prepared. The alternative is the preparatory class model, in which students receive intensive Polish instruction for a period of 6 to 12 months, and in some cases up to 24 months. While this approach provides a more supportive environment and allows for individualized attention, it also carries the risk of social separation, frequently fails to offer sufficient exposure to subject content. Actually, the Kashubian case offers a revealing parallel. Just as weak, low-intensity models of Kashubian instruction constrain the development of proficiency, weak models of support for migrant learners similarly limit meaningful integration. Perceived secondary school teachers, who are typically trained as subject specialists, receive little or actually no preparation in key areas such as second language acquisition, multilingual pedagogies, trauma-informed approaches, and the assessment of multilingual learners. This gap in their professional formation sustains monolingual expectations within schools and ultimately reinforces assimilationist norms. Perceived competition emerges from the rigid allocation of teaching hours, insufficient funding for bilingual models, persistent teacher shortages, ongoing political controversies, and entrenched ideological hierarchies that privilege Polish. In many secondary schools, students navigate a multi-layered linguistic environment. Polish functions as the primary medium of instruction. English is taught as a compulsory foreign language. Additional foreign language, typically German, Spanish, or French, is introduced. Some learners study a minority or regional language, such as Lithuanian, Belarusian, Ukrainian, or Kashubian. Alongside these formally taught languages, students also maintain their home languages informally within peer networks. The experience of minority language secondary schools shows that such linguistic diversity can coexist productively. provided that institutional support at any level is coherent and sustained. Linguistic competition effectively recedes when curricula permit flexible combinations of subjects. When teachers are equipped to work confidently in multilingual environments, when both minority and migrant languages are treated as ordinary rather than exceptional components of the school landscape. Crucially, regional languages such as Kashubian must be recognized and positioned as legitimate academic resources, enabling them to participate fully in the educational ecology rather than compete for space within it. Secondary schools shape adolescents' worldviews. Policies that visibly recognize linguistic diversity through signage, events, elective courses, or bilingual or multilingual materials reduce stigma toward both migrant and minority or regional languages. Kashubian programs illustrate how school-based normalization can counteract decades of stigmatization despite everything. Key systemic needs include the establishment of formal certification in teaching Polish as a second language, comprehensive training in multilingual and translanguaging pedagogies, the integration of trauma-informed methods suited to the experiences of refugee background students. Equally important is the development of sociolinguistic awareness among educators so that pervasive ideologies of linguistic inferiority, particularly those affecting Kashubian, can be effectively challenged. To ensure genuine linguistic continuity, bilingual models should be expanded, textbooks and digital materials systemically developed, teachers of minority regional languages granted stable and predictable career paths. At the same time, programs in regional or minority languages must be protected from political volatility if they are to function effectively over the long term. One clear lesson from the Polish experience is that multilingual education can strengthen social cohesion when it is embedded in everyday school practices rather than treated as an exception. Schools that normalize the presence of several languages, whether through minority language subjects, bilingual streams, regional language activities, tend to foster a stronger sense of belonging among diverse students. Second lesson is that minority and regional language schools provide effective models of inclusive multilingualism. Lithuanian, Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Kashubian language programs show that students can develop strong ethno-linguistic identities while fully participating in the broader Polish educational system. Third insight is that successful integration of migrant background students might require structured scaffolding rather than expectations of rapid assimilation. Supportive models like transitional language assistance, gradual integration into mainstream subjects, intercultural mediation might help students build academic Polish while valuing their existing linguistic resources. Polish practice demonstrates that language policies at all levels can play an active role in reducing prejudice. When schools visibly recognize minority, migrant, regional languages, they influence peer norms and signal institutional respect. This has tangible effects and attitudes. They influence attitudes towards both historical minorities and recent arrivals. Curricular flexibility is essential for managing linguistic diversity without producing perceptions of competition. Where schools have the ability to adjust schedules, introduce effective pathways, experiment with bilingual teaching, tensions between languages diminish. What about the challenges? Despite these first positive examples, challenges continue to shape multilingual secondary education in Poland. First, I would mention political volatility, which poses a persistent risk to linguistic rights. Sudden policy shifts, localized political conflicts such as debates over minority language exams can destabilize long-standing educational arrangements, undermining community trust. Secondly, preparatory classes for migrant students may unintentionally create parallel tracks if they are not carefully integrated with mainstream schooling. Insufficient funding for regional minority language programs perpetuates the perception that languages are competing for scarce resources. Underfunded initiatives lack stability, making them appear expendable when new demands, such as increased migrant support or newly recognized minority languages, appear. Fourth challenge concerns weak elective models. When instruction is limited to 2 or 3 hours per week with low cultural links and stakes, student proficiency remains shallow. The language prestige suffers, reducing its long-term viability at the secondary level. Finally, monolingual teaching ideologies continue to hinder both minority and migrant languages. As long as Polish is assumed to be the only legitimate medium, the linguistic repertoires of Kashubian, Ukrainian, German, Georgian, Armenian are not fully utilized. Multilingualism then remains undervalued in classroom practice. Concluding, Polish secondary schools today are multilingual, complex, evolving rapidly. They represent a space where historical minority rights, regional language revitalization models, contemporary migration flows meet, sometimes colliding. Yet, this collision is not inevitable. The experiences of minority language secondary schools, including Kashubian or Lithuanian programs, demonstrate that with appropriate institutional support, multiple languages might coexist in ways that enrich student learning. The key challenges are structural, not linguistic. They include rigid curricula, teacher training deficits, funding inequalities, ideological hierarchies that privilege monolingual norms. When these are addressed, linguistic diversity might become a pedagogical resource, not a problem. The Poland's case offers valuable lessons for multilingual education globally. Fostering linguistic rights, supporting migrant integration, revitalizing regional languages are not contradictory goals, but mutually reinforcing pillars of a democratic and inclusive educational systems. Thank you for your attention. I also included some questions for discussion. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomasz. That was absolutely fascinating. And I think that's really set the scene for today. Because Mighty had to withdraw, we have a little bit more time. So we asked Tomasz to come up with 3 rather challenging questions, I would say, which you have 3 minutes to resolve. No problem? So what we thought we could do just to give you a chance to talk a little bit amongst yourselves and not be listening the whole time is choose whichever one of these questions you find the most interesting, and perhaps just with 3 or 4 other people at the table where you're sitting, have a little discussion. Okay, so 5 minutes to chat amongst yourselves about any one, or if you can manage all 3, even better.
And I also saw
Yes.
It doesn't work. Can I possibly bring you back?
Yes.
Sorry, Thomas, do you want to just stay where you are? Stay where you are. I can see that there's a lot of interest in the room, but there will be more time for group work later today. I'm conscious that some people are following us online, so all they're hearing is bzz, bzz, bzz. They don't really know what you're talking about. Okay, so we've a couple of minutes. If anybody would like to say anything, just respond to these questions, make a comment. Would anybody like to take the floor? Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I wasn't.
Well, you just have to save all your energy for the group work then.
Yes.
And with that, I will now hand over to Mandira, who's going to move over there and present to us all. So please give her a big warm welcome. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Good morning. Many thanks to the European Commission and ECML for this invitation. My name is Mandira Haldar, and I'm a grant-funded researcher at the University of Helsinki. And today I'm going to talk to you about inclusion of migrant background pupils arriving in a Swedish minority context in Finland, which is my current postdoctoral research. And I'm going to show you some preliminary findings. As I was coming here today, I was sharing with Tomas and some other colleagues that because I was not born in any European country, I sometimes feel that I'm navigating spaces where I'm still trying to kind of create a belonging. But the wise words of my research director of our center and another colleague, they reminded me that it's important to take up space so that space is made for everyone else, and that there is value in diverse perspectives and different knowledge that we all bring in, because research problems are so complex that only one kind of knowledge cannot solve all the problems. So, right, so I'm a multilingual teacher. I have experience in teaching English, French, and German for over 25 years, so I started very early in 4 different countries, in India, in France, Switzerland, and now in Finland recently. I'm a multilingual researcher. I wrote my PhD thesis entirely in French, and there were references in English, German, and also some references in Finnish and Swedish. So I engage in research frameworks across multiple languages. And I'm also a multilingual, semi-professional opera singer. That was the reason to come to Austria in 2005. So it's great to be back in Austria. And I was at the opera yesterday, so I was realizing that I have this, connection to Austria. It's like my home away, one of my homes away from home. So I was born in India, and we have 22 official languages recognized by the constitution, and then there are minority languages. And there is a proverb in Hindi, the national language, that every half a kilometer the language changes. So multilingualism is a way of life. And it is so part of everyday life that when I sometimes hear in Finland people saying, oh, the other day I heard other languages, and it was it feels like we're not in Finland anymore. And I realized that when I grew up, I heard these different languages. I never ever felt that my home language, which was the official language of my region, West Bengal, was ever threatened in any way. So that came to me like as a culture shock. So I studied in France for a degree in applied linguistics and French as a foreign language, and then a PhD in teacher multilingualism and German didactics. And now doing research in Swedish as second language and how it can enable migrant background pupils with minor multilingualism in the families to kind of create a sense of belonging in Finland. So a little bit of the background. So there have been parliamentary discussions on enrolling more pupils in Swedish-speaking schools, and there was a report recently by Magma, it's one of the think tanks in Swedish-speaking think tank in Finland. However, the integration in Swedish schools is not given as an option automatically to incoming migrant background families, particularly in the capital region of Finland, which is a majority Finnish-speaking area. There are issues with also aging population of Swedish-speaking Finns in the capital region, as in other parts of Finland. And some speakers have raised concerns about decline of the language in some of the municipalities of the capital region. So there is this, there's an urgent need kind of felt to preserve the language. And there is potential for new speakers of Swedish through commonalities with French, German, and English. I know that that was my case. So my belonging was more successful when I came to Finland in Swedish, and in Finnish, I'm still kind of getting there. There's a term in Finnish called pikkuhiljaa, like, one step at a time. I think it's going to take a little more time, but given that I know these other languages, I was just this morning speaking to Anna, and she said, did you learn to speak Swedish this well in 4 years? And I said, I don't speak that well, but because of these other languages, I kind of managed to find my way. It's probably the monolingual norms in me, kind of the perfectionist. So Swedish is recognized as the second national language in the Constitution of Finland and was the administrative language under Russian occupation. There are 5.2% of the population of Finland, roughly 290,000 speakers, according to Folktinget in Finland. So for my research, I shortlisted 10 to 15 Swedish schools, and the target capital region municipalities of, so Helsinki is the biggest municipality, then Espoo, Vantaa, and Porvoo. I've collected data so far in 5 schools, 2 secondary and 3 primary contexts so far, using school ethnography as a research method. The reason for the use of this research method is because I am a so-called outsider from Finland doing research in Swedish schools, so I need to know the context better. So I've been shadowing Swedish-speaking teachers and other stakeholders in how they work, and to do the interviews after that so that it becomes specific, because there are the ideologies of stakeholders are at 2 levels. There are the societal, no, at least 3 levels: societal, institutional, and personal. So I would like to get to know their work so that the interview questions get better. And that way I also see how the physical space of the classrooms or different or other spaces kind of contribute to learning and teaching Swedish as second language. So this is the theoretical lens. So some Swedish-speaking teachers, as I gathered, are successful second language users, which was a term coined by Vivian Cook. And I also used it in my PhD thesis of English, French, or German. However, there are tensions between linguistic diversity of non-white pupils coming in as an asset in early multilingualism. This was research done also in the majority Swedish-speaking parts of Finland, where, for example, Vietnamese migrants were very successfully integrated in Swedish. However, there's also this kind of perceived threat to vitality of Swedish as a minority language. So on the one hand, there is a willingness to promote multilingualism and accept the new speakers who are getting into the community. But at the same time, there is also this kind of concern that how is Swedish kind of threatened as a language. But as I was just discussing briefly with Naril, like the new speakers paradigm, which was very much worked on in the Irish context, for example, the revival of Irish Gaelic through immigration, and also the New Scots program, the Scots Gaelic. So with that and the possibility in Finland with new discussions in parliament, I would argue that there is a future of multilingual and multicultural news speakers in Swedish, which is a possibility. It's not something that's impossible. So these are my research questions. So I'm looking at the policy frameworks which are involved in arrival and inclusion, and what are the regional minority languages present, and how do, so far I've not interviewed the parents, which I'm going to do at the beginning of next year, but how do principals and guidance counselors are also known as study counselors in some other countries, and teachers, how they perceive inclusion of regional minority languages when non-white migrant pupils or students arrive in the schools. Now, you will hear the non-white a lot, and I feel that this is something I also had to argue in some spaces, that why are you concentrating on non-white pupils? You are excluding some populations. And I said, no, I am focusing on certain populations who really had a tough time, for example, integrating in the Swedish schools, in the Finnish schools. And when they chose Swedish, I would like to know why. They've not been focused on so much. So most of these pupils arrive from Sweden, but also from some Swedish-speaking regions in Finland, which means that they already know some Swedish when they are enrolling in the Swedish schools. However, in secondary education, there's a lot of focus on reading and writing skills. So there's a variable proficiency, but also sometimes in oral and listening skills, depending on the pupils. And according to principals, some of these issues are related to learning difficulties, related to special needs, but also conflict-related trauma. For example, Thomas was just mentioning that the trauma-informed approach is lacking in teacher training, and this is something that was raised as a concern in the interviews by the teachers, that they would like to have some tools how to know whether a learning difficulty in Swedish was related to a learning difficulty like dyslexia or other difficulties, or it was related to trauma or something else. So which means that these pupils will require extra support, and principals meet with parents. So they come during, there is no set time of the year when these pupils come into Swedish schools. They can come at any time of the year. So at the beginning, the principals and teachers in the schools I have been, because in other schools it might be a little bit different, they meet with parents for the first time when they come in, and then teachers continue to meet the parents. And in some municipalities, teachers even organize this kind of biannual cultural get-togethers to kind of network with the parents and to understand what their needs are. So when it comes to policy frameworks in inclusion, so support in Swedish as second language is perceived as this extra support, which is temporary, and it's provided in small groups. And the idea is they are going to be integrated in Swedish as mother tongue or first language classes eventually. And this is a big difference with the Finnish schools, for example, in Finland, where the number of pupils who speak other minority languages or mother tongues is quite significant. So they have separate second language classes, and sometimes there can be some kind of integrated classes, but it's not so much. And there is research, there are some research findings where there have been issues raised related to segregation, for example, that these students then later on have difficulties integrating into the workforce, or some of the opportunities of higher education are closed for them. In some classes, Swedish second language teachers are also present as resource teachers. So in these classes, some kind of content and language integrated learning is going on in geography, history, or science subjects entirely in Swedish. And the Swedish teachers are there to support the students who are learning Swedish as a second language, either in the class in a corner or sometimes separately after the big class. They use various course books and materials to cater to people's needs. So depending on, so there's a lot of differentiation also going on there. And study counselors support students in understanding school culture, for example, how to do group work or how to study better for assessment, that kind of thing. And these classes also take place entirely in Swedish. minority and regional languages as secondary education. Lessons are almost entirely in Swedish, and content is selected from both Swedish from Sweden and Swedish in Finland. However, teachers do allow some students to use English in the secondary context, but interaction almost always takes place in Swedish. So English is used, but not so much the other minority language, with some exceptions, which I'll come to later. So these are some of the minority languages I've come across: the Somali, Dari, Arabic, also Russian, Ukrainian, Chinese, but they're not explicitly focused on in the lessons, except in rare circumstances. And a very interesting result was content used from Sweden by some teachers in some secondary contexts, focused on, for example, videos made by speakers with minoritized language and culture backgrounds, but who were speaking Swedish, and they were talking about, uh, their family life, for example, in Sweden. And this was something kind of intercultural teaching going on there. It was an encouraging thing, and some of the students expressed, in a way, they expressed joy that this was something that the teacher had thought about. So as I mentioned before, so one of the innovative teaching methods is this content and language integrated learning, where the teachers were working with students either separately or in the class, and support was provided in small groups. However, something else was going on in two of the contexts, which was that intercultural themes borrowed from other languages, for example, Japanese media genres, for example, they were discussed in Swedish. So this was also something that was interesting, like, and the teacher had come up with this idea of doing this. A little bit of language awareness is going on in the use of AI tools to translate texts from Swedish into Chinese. I saw some instances of development of language awareness of punctuation, for example, because some students had punctuation difficulties, some Chinese speaking students, and then it was translated and they were asked to kind of comment on what are the differences in. So the students had to comment on their understanding of punctuation in these two languages. And that was a very encouraging also example of innovative teaching method. And English-Swedish language mixing was also occasionally allowed in some story writing exercises in another context. Also, difficulties in understanding synonyms like doft and parfum was explained in simple terms, so metalinguistic explanations. And the students were also encouraged to choose themes around their personal lives and cultural experiences, to write texts in Swedish and sometimes in English. Something I found very interesting was a Pakistani student, for example, was allowed to write shairi, that's like a love poem genre in Urdu. And he was allowed to write a shairi, for example, in Swedish. And he felt like, that his self-esteem was kind of, he expressed it to the teacher that he was grateful that that was something that was recognized. So even if there is not so much maybe linguistic transfer or translanguaging going on between the languages, somehow the cultural aspects are somehow taken into consideration by the teachers. And so there's a lot of differentiation and intercultural group work organized, which you will see later, the small class size group that facilitates in a way. And that is an important result, because that is something I did some observations also in Finnish schools, and because some of the bigger class sizes, it's not always possible to do a lot of differentiation. It's structurally and from a resource perspective, not always easy to do. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, but some unexamined whiteness stemming from perceptions of deficit ideologies. And when I say whiteness here, I don't just mean the skin color, I mean the ideology of the privileged social group, for example. So if the minority languages and the regional and other migrant languages are perceived as something that's harming learning Swedish, so this idea of they bring in that they have this kind of deficit in Swedish, then it can become an obstacle sometimes in what Vivian Cook would say, in developing these pupils into successful second language users. Because the monolingual norms, for example, in perceptions of reading and writing Swedish, let's just say, if you're learning Swedish as a second language, and if you're continuously compared to mother tongue speakers of Swedish that your reading and writing is never as good enough as them, then you will always be what Cook said, the other side of the paradigm was failed natives. You will always feel like a failed native and never as a successful second language user. And in my case, personally, when I came to France to study for a master's program, I spoke French fluently, but it took me I had to master academic writing in French in 6 to 9 months. Whereas my French class, mother tongue speaking classmates, they had a head start of at least 7 years from middle school. And so was I less intelligent than them? Of course not. But I had a lot of cognitive overload in the fact that I was mastering the language at different levels. And this was something, Thomas, you were saying about this, that when Poles come back, they may not have the what Jim Cummins would call the cognitive academic language proficiency, and that takes time. So the reading and writing is the same. So of course, you know, that there is a lot of willingness to do good things and stress in teachers, like, okay, how are they going to develop their reading and writing? But these skills just take more time. And this is where I think just because some teachers had bilingual upbringing does not guarantee that they would take into account multilingualism unless they have some explicit tools, for example, handed to them. That said, there is no set toolbox that will solve every problem. A toolbox is never outside of yourself. And this is something in my PhD, there was a very important result that why French-speaking teachers were not using German in the classroom. It's because they had this trauma of the suppression of the language in the families, and that was never addressed. So they have to address their own emotions about multilingualism, bilingualism in the family, for example, when some languages or some varieties of languages were not recognized and they felt kind of erased. So teachers need to also deal with these emotions before, you know, and they have to come up with they have to adapt the toolbox to their own, in a way. So, and this was a concern raised by some of the principals, because the teacher training so far for Swedish teachers in Finland has taken part in Vasa, and it would be important to do a similar teacher training, for example, in a more bilingual context in the capital region where Finnish is also present, for example, and see what kind of issues or concerns come up in the teacher training. This is my final slide, opportunities and challenges. So minority meets minorities, the commonalities between teachers of Swedish as the minority speakers of Finland and migrant background peoples who are also minorities, that will enable kind of critical understanding, particularly the idea of otherness, because Swedish speakers in Finland have also experienced this othering in a way. Small class sizes and a lot of positive interpersonal rapport between the teachers and pedagogical creativity, which some of them did, that they will be assets to promote the belonging of these pupils. And the lack of tools is related to promotion of language awareness in a bilingual setting, but also lack of knowledge about trauma and intercultural family dynamics calls for further in-service training. For example, how gender issues work in language learning, for example. So there was some discussion about some teachers felt that they didn't know how much they could discuss these issues with families, about how the gender issues, for example, mixing of pupils of different genders and also like non-binary peoples with non-binary background, how would it be perceived by their families, for example. So there they would need some support. Okay, so these are some of my references. I haven't planned any questions, so if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. I thank you all for a patient hearing, and you can also ask me questions in the break time in French or German. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mandira. That was very, very interesting. I don't think we have time for questions right now, but what we do have for you are some videos that we'd like to share with you. And for that, I would ask Michael to take the floor.
So thank you very much indeed, Mandira, and thank you, Sarah. Just a few words to introduce our videos before we head into the coffee break. Basically, we wanted to, in the lead up to this colloquium, we wanted also to integrate the voice of some of the young learners of regional minority languages. And we have asked around for personal stories, which we've collated over the last few weeks, to highlight the positive impacts of learning a regional minority language on a personal, social, or professional level. We're just going to present a few videos, but we would very much, if you do like this section, we would very much welcome your support in helping us to develop this resource further. As I think Anna and Sarah mentioned, the ECML will continue to work on the area of regional and minority languages in the future. So we would like to develop this resource. So if you are interested or you would be able to do so, we would be very grateful for suggestions either today or at another time by email. So without further ado, we'll open the video. Just to explain, there is a bonus track at the end, which is slightly different, but I'll explain that after you've seen it. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Isabella and I'm a student in Barcelona, Spain. I decided to learn Catalan because when I originally came to Barcelona, I was working as an au pair. Once I began my master program, I soon realized that I wanted to actually make an effort and learn Catalan. So I enrolled in a class at my university, which allowed me to improve my level and also connected me with other individuals that had recently arrived to Barcelona. So that was great socially. It put me in contact with a lot of people who were in similar positions as me and who find it important to really integrate into the city we're living in and in Catalonia, and speaking Catalan is one way to do that.
Saluri a totusu, deus eu Giulia Grosso. Apo voi dai all'estero des esperienze mia de imparo desa lingua sarda. Mi siamo accostiata a su sardu po traballai a su progetto de certificazioni de custa lingua, già che seu professora de didattica de lingua modernasa e tengo competenze in educazione linguistica e valutazioni de linguasa. Però de sardu tenia scetti competenze de comprensione, e tanto pu pensau che questa poteva essere occasioni per fortiare sa competenze di produzioni orali e scritta. Già che non tenia una varietà di cosa mia, che deus eu siciliana, apo scioperau su sardu chi intendo donnia di, su campitanesu, poi ittagasti sa varietà di chi si chistiona da in sa parti meridionali de sa Sardigna. In sa vita personale mia, dubbio commenti un'opportunità di po fare a maniera che i figli miei crescano dai pensi in su mondo con una mirata brussa ricca, accappiata su logo e a sa gente undi viventi.
Wie ich angefangen habe, Elsassisch zu lernen, habe ich mich vor allem mit meiner Heimat verbinden. Was ich aber dabei gefunden habe, ist noch viel mehr. Als Übersetzer und Kulturvermittler gehört jetzt die Sprache zu meinem Beruf. Und dank dieser Sprache habe ich meine Frau kennengelernt und eine Familie kennengelernt.
Ni Londresean joan nintzen, eta 3 urterekin Bilbora joan nintzen bizitzera. Eta ondoren, 18 urte bete nituenean, erresuma batura itzuli nintzen nire ikasketekin jarraitzeko. Klaseak euskaraz zeuden, jendeak euskaraz hitz egiten zuen, beraz nik beste ume txikiek bezala, euskaraz ikasi nuen eskolan. Nola zen eraman euskara klasean? Nahiko ondo, uste dut, berriz txikitxoa nintzenetik ikasi nuen euskaraz, beraz nivel natiboa izan nuen gainerako ume txikiek bezala. Oso berezia da niretzat euskara gaur egun, adibidez, duela hilabete batzuk Bilboko jaiak izan ziren, eta kontzertera joan nintzen lagunekin, eta diotena uler nezakeen, eta horrek asko postatu ninduen. Beraz, oso berezia da euskara niretzat, nire kulturaren parte delako.
Hola, llamo Brian, la misma familia dominicana, llevo 5 años aprendiendo asturiano en el instituto. Para mí saber asturiano permite comunicarme mejor en otros idiomas y expresarme millor con los meus collatos y con la xente con la que falo. Además, permíteme ser más creativo y, por si non fuera pouco, aumenta los meus conocimientos de la cultura donde vivo.
So if you could understand all those languages without the subtitles, you're a much better person than I am. A big thank you to all the contributors to the videos and all of some of you as well who helped us in identify people who could contribute to this. Just to mention about the song at the end, if we'd known that Mandira was a singer, we could have involved you in this as well. But we had an initiative, Sarah mentioned the 25th anniversary of the European Day of Languages. One of the initiatives for the Day of Languages was to develop a multilingual anthem for the day. And we didn't think too many schools would contribute. We actually have 400 other videos like this one. So if you want to have a look at, and there is a collated video as well, which we'd be happy for you to look at. And on that musical note, I think we can now head to coffee. So coffee is from now until just after 11, if you can be back then. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. One thing that I've forgotten to mention, there was a very nice phone that we picked up outside next to the coats. We'd be happy to keep it, but if somebody really insists on having it back, come and see us, please. Thank you.
All right, welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you had a nice break and met with someone new and had interesting discussions. My name is Anna Jungner Nordgren, and I have the honor to be chairing this session, the panel discussion about what motivates newcomers to learn regional and minority languages. I'm the chair of the Network to Promote Linguistic Diversity, NPLD, and I'm also a representative of the Swedish-speaking population in Finland. And I feel that we are so many Swedish speakers here that we are, in this room, we are almost a majority. So that's nice for a change. We are going to talk about language attitudes in secondary schools and the role of regional and minority languages in integrating newcomers. And I have a fantastic panel here with me, starting from Claudine Brohy and Susanne Decker. We have Antonia Barbolo Alves, and we have Eva Vetter. And I've asked the speakers to kick this session off by every one of them giving a 2 minutes statement and also maybe present themselves a bit more. So I give the floor to you, Claudine.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I was asked to speak in English, which I will be delighted to do. It is one of my mother tongues. For 14 years, I was Switzerland's expert for the European Charter of European and Minority Languages. So obviously, the subject of RMLs is very interesting to me. I will be talking about Switzerland, which has 4 official and national languages, which means that official national languages can also be minority languages. So we're not just talking about minority languages that are very minority. German is about 2/3 of the Swiss population, but sometimes it is a minority language. So on top of these 4 official national languages, we also have a lot of immigration. Foreign people represent 31% of Swiss populations. We are the second country in Europe with the most immigrants after Luxembourg. So I'm sure you can imagine the linguistic diversity that this creates in schools. Integration of migrant students is a society-wide challenge in terms of teacher training, parents awareness raising, curricular building, and this from the youngest age. The transition to secondary education is crucial because after integrating students in the primary system, then there are secondary schools where we have, with Italian and Romansh language, which are the most minority language, there's a big change of attitude, especially in some regions where there are the 3 languages, including German, and it's usually German that is taught. So there's a big issue of attitudes. What we're trying to promote is having regional languages, so Romansh and Italian. We're trying to highlight their economic power, especially related to tourism. And there are programs promoting minority languages, for example, for ski competitions. So we were hearing about this morning. Languages have an economic value. What's also interesting is the bilingual certificates. So that's showing that there are not only skills acquired in the majority language, but also in the minority language, so as to make them more visible. What's also interesting is that migration languages can support minority languages. For example, in the Grisant, Portuguese can be used to revitalize Romansh language. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claudine. And we move on with Susanna.
Hi, everyone. I'm Susanne Decker. I'm a senior researcher at Hi, I'm a senior researcher at the Mercator European Center for Multilingualism and Language Learning, which is located in the Friese Academie in the Netherlands. So my focus is specifically on the Frisian context. And I really wanted to mention also how attitudes and motivation to learn are linked, because language attitudes, of course, are usually seen usually seen and regarded as the status of a language or whether it's in high solidarity. And the status of a language, whether the economic prospects or job prospects are linked to the language, have very much to do with the instrumental motivation of learning a language, while the solidarity aspect, would I play football with a person speaking Frisian, are very much linked to the social cohesion and social integration aspect of wanting to learn a language. And in the case of secondary schools, it is, of course, important that both are promoted. So in class, the class needs to be useful, it needs to be enjoyable, and it needs to incorporate migrant and minority languages. As we've heard from Tomasz, languages reflect identity, culture, heritage, and we need in schools to have the teachers, the people on the ground who have the materials, who have the drive to include all these linguistic diversity. And I'd like to highlight the importance of plurilingual competences, supportive policies, materials, and good examples of integrating all languages into the classroom, so their own languages as well as pupils' languages, and how perceptions of multilingualism and attitudes towards the languages, regional minority languages, migrant languages, and their own perceptions of multilingualism can affect that.
Thank you, Susanna. And let's move on to Antonio.
Merci. Thank you very much. So in 2 minutes, I'm Antonio Papolo. I'm a researcher in Portugal. I'm in linguistics and philology, and I teach in secondary. I'm here to talk about Mirandese, which is a local language in Portugal, where for centuries, Portugal being one of the oldest countries in Europe in terms of its borders. So for 8 centuries, the myth that was Portugal had only one language, but at the end of the 20th century, we realized that Mirandese existed. And so a law was passed in 1999. I usually say that this law sort of acknowledged that tree leaves are green, because this law was always here, this language was always here, and this law recognized it, was adopted by the Portuguese Parliament, which was something wonderful and extraordinary in the Portuguese context and also the European context, I believe. From there, Mirandese was already an optional subject in schools for a few years, and it's still being taught as an optional language in the Mirandese region. So that's the north of Portugal, close to Spain, basically, close to Salamanca, Zamora. The Mirandese language is part of this, the former Leon kingdom. So that's the Asturian royal family. Mirandese, though, does have very interesting characteristics, and it's an interesting case of revitalizing a language. And I do believe it is an exemplary case of rediscovering a language and revitalizing it. That because just in terms of political situation, as I said, the law was adopted unanimously, and Mirandese, like all languages, is perceived as a cultural instrument and as a communication and heritage instrument, but not as a factor of division or anything. We've also implemented linguistic norms at the time in Portuguese in 1999. I took part in the normalization of the Mirandese language, which at the time didn't have a written form. Now there is a written form of Mirandese. So this creation of scientific universal norms for the language has allowed people to start writing in Mirandese, and that's a huge asset for their language. And one last aspect that's important is the strong identity that's tied to it. There's a lot of Mirandese in terms of singing, dancing, cultural practices. For example, in schools during breaks, it's quite common to see students practicing the traditional dances or playing the traditional instruments. That's all I wanted to say for my first introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. And finally, Eva, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Eva Vetter from University of Vienna. I'm close to the work of the Council of Europe, and at the same time, I have been working for the project Rise Up, which is a Horizon Europe project on, already mentioned, on minoritized languages for the last 3 years. And I have prepared something on the basis of this work for you and tried to put it into 3 messages. And these 3 messages I will start in French and then explain in English, okay? So the first, s'intéresser.
Getting interested in newly arriving students as human beings with their own story and future.
When we are talking about newcomers, it is good to be interested in newcomers as human beings with their own history, with their ideas about their present and their hopes and desire for the future. Maybe we discover that the only thing that they have in common is the fact to be here and that they are extremely diverse. And we have to be attentive with respect to their vulnerability. There is a lot of transmigration. Sometimes they do not even know for how long they will stay in a particular country. So we have to be not only attentive, but also respectful to vulnerability, transmigration, and also to know that there are good reasons, strategic reasons, why they choose to learn certain languages and not others. Second,
creating a climate of respect towards languages.
Also with respect to languages. That means we have to invite them and we have to listen to them when talking about all the resources of their linguistic repertoire. That means home languages, family languages, languages they have very pluricentric language learning experiences very often, and they should be invited to talk about that because these languages share the feature that they are also minoritized. And in doing so, in inviting them, we can connect with them. We can invite them to talk about and maybe also to discover bridges to other languages. A simple case is the minoritized language Burgenland Croatian. People coming from Croatia or other countries may find bridges to this Austrian minoritized language, regional and minority language. So the third message is rendre visible ce que la langue minoritaire peut apporter à ces
make visible what these can bring to these people.
Language can give them. So not thinking about, oh, come on, let's revitalize our minoritized languages, but think about what can the minoritized language give you. And this connects with a lot of things that have already been said. It is a possibility to enrich your identity, to transform your identity, to create a sense of belonging, and above all, to connect with places, to connect with people. And for that reason, I think that these school and out of school collaborations are very important. Invite them to come to associations, theater clubs, music clubs, and so on. And of course, we can also learn from good examples. There is a minoritized school that has been awarded the European language level that is very successful in motivating also newcomers for learning the minoritized language. It's the Burgenland Croatian Großwarersdorf a secondary school. And to finish, there is an educational concept that came across several times to me. I would like to mention it's place-based education. Maybe this is a good pathway towards this make visible what the minoritized language can do for them.
Thank you so much, Eva. That was a good beginning. And my first question, you already, to some extent, touched upon it. You mentioned the status of the language, and you, Eva, talked about strategic reasons for engaging in regional minority language. But what would you say from your perspective? What are the key factors that motivate students to engage in a regional or minority language? And how do aspects of identity or belonging influence this motivation? Anyone?
Thank you for the question. And I think, as I briefly mentioned, I kind of touched upon it already, as you said, it's this motivation, again, instrumental motivation. So the perceived use of the language and what you learned it, and the social cohesion, so the integration aspect of it. And both need to be encouraged. And I think in the case of minority languages, it is quite often the social cohesion that appears to learners the most because they want to integrate. And it is quite often less the instrumental motivation in the case of Frisian. So for other minority languages, I would love to hear other perspectives, but since Frisian is not that present in secondary schools, the motivation is mostly social integration because other people are speaking it and they want to belong to the other people.
Alors pour nous, c'est certainement aussi la
First is also the valuing of languages of origin. Teachers need to be aware of languages that are spoken at home for the students, where you're in a classroom in the Grisons where there's lots of languages being spoken with maybe 5 versions of Romansh language. That's 60,000 people, 0.5% of the population. And then there's the Romansh Grijoun, which is an artificial version, which was created in 1982. So there's a lot of variety within that one language, and then there's the German, which is the majority language in the Grisons, which is a Swiss version of German, which is very different from German. And so it's important for teachers to be aware of what their students speak at home. Teachers need to understand and be aware of that. What we have in Switzerland as well, since education is a district level prerogative, so it's not centralized in terms of authority. It's really the cantons and the municipalities that are in charge of deciding that, but they're really close to the people being targeted. Often information is being disseminated in 10 languages, so that's all national languages, but also migration languages. So we try to get in touch with people and get as close to them by speaking their language. In municipalities, there's also a lot of information sharing online through leaflets, and online there's also learning tools for parents as well. For example, there's a municipality of 5,000 inhabitants called Ilans Lyon that is making a lot of efforts for the integration of migrant population. There's bilingual schools, Romansh and German, and there's a program called Check-in Romansh for newcomers. So that's when people are arriving, they're being welcomed and taught so as to better integrate. There's also the Romansh Cafe, where older people can meet up with local people to chat in the Romansh language. So there's different activities that are targeted at the families and the students.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to you, Antonio. I learned that in Miranda de Douro, around 85% of the pupils choose to study Mirandese. From your perspective, what are the key factors behind this high motivation, and which of these might also apply to newcomer students learning other regional or minority languages?
Merci de votre question. Thank you for this question. I think I already partially answered in my first intervention. I think Miranda's greatest asset is its rich identity with the traditional dances, traditional music, which truly our students really enjoy. And Mirandese in itself is perceived as an asset, as a language that is not tarnished by political pressures or tensions or anything. It's a positive language. 85% of students choose to study Mirandese, and that's the reason why families tend to consider that speaking Mirandese is an asset for people. I asked teachers of the secondary to ask a few questions to their students as to in order to understand they studied why they studied Mirandese, and 30% of students declare that it's for the cultural heritage that they choose to study this language. So it's really the cultural diversity and richness that it brings that motivates them, and then there are other reasons. So that for example, learning to read and write it, but it's really the cultural aspect that motivates them. They study it for 45, 55 minutes a week. Usually it's the last class of the day as well. So it's really an optional additional class. But even though it is not used in the final assessments for the end of high school diplomas, but that's something that they want to change, and the parents are quite motivated to have their children study it. So in conclusion, it's not the instrumental value that motivates them, it's more the symbolic value of the language. And actually, I would add, in Portugal, and it's a new thing for Portugal, but we have now a lot of migration in Portugal. Well, a lot, I don't know. We have migrants because traditionally Portugal is a migration country since the 15th century, but now we're getting foreigners arriving in our region from Bangladesh, from India, from Brazil, of course, and lots of these students also choose to study Mirandese because they want to understand the cultural heritage and to feel fully integrated with their peers in the classrooms.
Thank you. Let's move into the classroom now. How do you see what teacher competencies or classroom approaches or attitudes most effectively support newcomer learners in developing positive engagement with a regional and minority language? Mandira, she mentioned that in the Swedish schools in Finland, there is the Swedish teacher can be present in the classroom, for instance. Is this something that is a good example, or what are your thoughts on this? Maybe Eva, if you want to start.
Yeah, this is a very tricky issue. I'm also a teacher educator and working on multilingual education, training teachers for being prepared for multilingual classrooms. And I think this is a topic that is still neglected within traditional teacher education. We see it particularly in minority schools. There is a lack of teachers who are well informed and prepared for multilingual teaching in minoritized languages even more. So learning about multilingual education, about the different perspectives you have on languages of schooling, for example, the projects of the Council of Europe are very, very helpful, and also the resources. So I would say that this should be an obligatory part of each teacher education, because of course you can work on attitudes, you have to work on openness. This is very important, but there are also knowledge bases about how to engage in multilingual education in different cases. And as we have seen, the cases are so different, because in our Rise Up project, for example, we have worked on minoritized languages that are no longer common within families. So some of them are used at school and people learn them at school. They need opportunities to use them outside school as well. And so the language ecologies are so different, and teachers have to know about that in order to adapt their pedagogies.
I think we can all agree on that. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
I think that was really nicely said, and I'd like to add that the school climates themselves are also incredibly important, because you can train teachers as much as you want, especially within teacher training institutes, but once these teachers graduate and they enter into the schools and they've learned during their entire education that it's important to use multilingualism, it's important to use translanguaging, but they enter into the schools where the monolingual habitus is still so strong that the other teachers kind of frown upon it when they do come with these recent insights. And I say recent, it's been going on for 20 plus years. It's not that recent. The materials are there, the training is there. School climates need to change as well. We need bottom up and top down support. We need inclusive language policies. We need to create welcoming climates within the schools and outside of the schools, as mentioned, where these languages are seen as beneficial for the pupils as they are.
Je pense qu'il est très important aussi, c'est de...
I also believe it's really important to have not too much of a purist attitude towards the minority language. That's one of the common risks. These minority languages, they evolve, they change, and they borrow terms and things from the majority language. So when we have several languages interacting, the complexity only rises. So we need to have a positive attitude to these complexities and interaction between languages. If I take the example of Romansh, Romansh is taught in primary school. We try to have the majority of the teaching time in Romansh, but from the secondary level, that changes, and we teach more in German. So specific terms are generally taught and learnt in German, and that's something that's common to people who speak Romansh. We know that we use a lot of German terms, technical terms. So when we add Albanese, Turkish, Arabic, why couldn't you do the same and add words from your language? It's not only Romansh people that should be allowed to use German words. Other languages should be welcome to. We need to scaffold the skills and the knowledges by having interactions between the different languages, and it's really important to have that positive attitude towards borrowing between languages. That's something we do during teacher training, but as my neighbor just said, once you arrive in your classroom and suddenly you're alone, that things are different. But so that's why it's important to keep supporting these new teachers and have continuous professional training. And we have training programs in 3 languages where we insist on the importance of having interaction between these 3 languages, and we give the tools to the teachers so that they can use them and share this mindset with their students.
Yes, indeed, and I also believe when we started to work in this field, and Miranda in Portugal, the question which was asked to the parents was, how will Mirandese have a negative impact as to learning the main language? And it's normal, of course, that parents were afraid and thought that Portuguese wouldn't be learned well because of the Mirandais. But it's the other way around, of course. Like Romansh, also in Portuguese, of course, it can even be helpful to learn one regional and minority language, as we all know here. And as regards the Latin or Romance languages, for instance, I remember a colloquy I took part in. The proceedings are still available, Europe and its languages. For me, a language is always kind of a mosaic. If you see, for instance, that in Siena you still have the very well-known mosaics, and languages are also part of this mosaic. And if one part of this mosaic doesn't work anymore, the whole mosaic is, of course, damaged. Sometimes a word, a syllable, can help to understand the whole mosaic, and this is something which we should also understand in the field of languages, I would say. I spoke to our friend Mandiba during the break in order to see how this problem or issue in inverted commas can be solved. If it's not an issue, it's rather a challenge, I would say. For instance, we have a report from Malouf about health deficiencies in Europe, and the question is, for the case of Miranda in Portuguese, we have been able to bring about a situation where the teachers at schools are integrated and where the parents now see the Mirandese as an asset when it comes to learning Portuguese. So these cultural aspects, of course, also should come into the picture.
Thank you all. Before this colloquium, we had a brief chat with all the speakers, and all the speakers in this panel highlighted the lack of teaching material that includes both regional and minority languages and students' home languages. So this is a problem, but do you have any best practices or solutions how to overcome this problem? Anyone?
Je crois que
I believe that the question of pedagogical material still is something which is important. It's important and problematic, not only for the teachers, but also when it comes to integrating RMLs. So, for instance, we have some explanations which we use in order to add them to texts so that texts are understood more easily. This also as regards the vocabulary, the lexical aspects, or some errors which are recurrent errors and need correction. We have some learning days, we have certain strategies, but it is definitely a major issue, in particular in the field of secondary education. And in Switzerland, for instance, on the level of the secondary, we change many things. And what is important, at least in Switzerland, is of course CME CPD, meaning in-service training. Very often we say that it's college, it's grammar school, but in Switzerland, secondary teaching, this is 2/3 of dual education, meaning at the age of 15 or 16, the learners are in the companies and then they come to school just 1 or 2 days a week. And in that short lapse of time, one has to do many, many things. And of course, this requires a certain sensitization of the teachers in order to find solutions, in order also to see how IT programs can be used, and in order also to see how, for instance, scholarships can be organized, or an exchange. I give you something, you give me something, meaning an exchange of pedagogical material. These minor things are indeed important, but it is a challenge. As for Mirandese, we cannot share any good hints or best practice with you, because when I ask the learners, what always comes is the answer that there are no books, no materials, no school books or textbooks. So, of course, as I've said, we have written about it. We have tried also to define some orthographical standards, for instance. So many things are published, many books are translated. There are many dictionaries even, and illustrated dictionaries. And all this material can help, of course. And in pedagogical practice, they are useful. We are trying to do our best, but some things have not yet been done or made for the different school levels. That goes for the primary and for the secondary, because Mirandais is also taught at all levels.
We're talking about school books and materials, and I think we have a good an example of good practice in Austria, where teachers are organized. Teachers of a particular school are organized and write their school books themselves, because there are not so many people who have the pedagogical and linguistic knowledge of a particular minoritized language. And so they create the school book, And this work is in a way recognized. I think it could be more recognized, but this is really an example of good practice. And this book is used in the Burgenland Croatian Secondary School. And I would like to come back to this idea of schools have their own atmosphere and their own rules and so on. I think this is very important because there is a school language education policy. And if school teachers and school heads agree upon a certain concept of introducing language, of inclusive multilingual education, this is always good, and this is also seen by newcomers, because there are quite a lot of examples where people have quite strategic reasons to put their pupils into bilingual schooling with minoritized languages. The schools in Brittany are a good example. D1, not everybody who is put there for the reason of learning Breton, but because of the good pedagogy. And this is not the only example. So I would say creating good local school education policies is also a way to promote minoritized languages.
It's always the case that the minority needs to be better than the majority.
Yes.
Yes.
And very often it is.
I want to expand a little bit on the creation of the materials and the sense that they need to be context specific. And I worked in a project before which was aimed at primary education, and it was also aimed at the co-creation of materials with researchers and practitioners together. And we really noticed that the materials that were co-created with the teachers, who were context specific, school specific, specific to the languages that the pupils brought with them, were used far more widely, more often than when we handed those materials to other schools to test them and to say, we've developed some multilingual materials that you asked for, can you now please work with them? Because co-creation really led to a sense of ownership and to increased teacher agency in implementing more multilingual strategies. And it was very important that teachers felt this sense of pride in they know how to develop these multilingual lessons, they know how to execute them as well. Because if you only hand them the materials, we did longitudinal interviews with them. So after a period of 2 to 4 years, we asked them, how often do you work with these materials that you specifically requested from us? And they said, well, actually, you know, the project's ended, so it's a bit lacking in priority right now. We don't really do it anymore. But the teachers who did co-create these lessons still showed us, oh, we've expanded our multilingual library, and we continue to use all these resources that we have, and we're training everyone else who's joining the school to also do it in this way. So I think the co-creation and involving the educators and other practitioners in implementing these materials, whether they're there or not, and adapting them to your own situation is extremely vital.
Thank you. My final question will be upon policy and structural conditions, and after that I will open the floor so the audience might also want to have questions to these experts. What do you see, what structural policy level measures should be taken to be able to give more opportunities for newcomers to choose regional minority languages? Is it a difference if it's a compulsory or voluntary language, or do we need new legislation? Can you talk about this on a general level?
Alors, en Suisse,
In Switzerland, it depends, of course, on the minority languages. I mentioned Italian and Romansh in Grisons, Graubünden, where you also see that in Romansh and in Italian there are bilingual schools, and there it is compulsory. You cannot not do Italian or Romansh if you are, for instance, in the Unteres Engadin, Angelina Bassa, because that is the language of the country there. So there is a principle of territoriality in Switzerland. If you live there, you have to do these languages. And so these bilingual programs are well integrated. On the other hand, there are all national languages, which sometimes are also minority languages. In Freiburg, for instance, we have a bilingual city, and here it's 15 versus 85%, so it depends on where I am. Can be minority or majority with my mother tongue in the same city. And there are also in Bienne a bilingual school, some bilingual schools, and also in Valais, And it's also important to see that we have schools in French, in German, and we have bilingual schools. Bilingual schools are attractive to many, and here it's stratified, meaning 1/3 of German speakers, 1/3 of French speakers, and 1/3 of the migration language speakers. This in order also to allow the families of migration to be integrated into bilingual classrooms, because very often we hear that it's highly selective, it's even elitist, and migrants do not receive enough information for such integration. With such stratification, one is obliged to also give 1/3 to migrant families. And then there is always the question, German-speaking, French-speaking, or allophonic, what does it mean? For instance, I cannot say any longer, am I French speaker, am I German speaker? So we always have this labeling, which is created quite often, which is artificial. And in this plurilingual education, we also want to take away this label. You are in this drawer, you are in that drawer, because sometimes there are so many drawers in a big cupboard, or there is a cupboard without any drawers. Eva? Gerald?
Okay, I would say as a structural component, recognition is important, and we have all the possibilities with the recommendation of the Council of Europe from 2022. So there are a lot of opportunities. Then otherwise, I would say it's difficult to give to say something that is valuable for all conditions, because the linguistic ecologies are so different. And in cases of extreme minoritization, I would say out of school fun-based activities are a good entry.
Thank you. Yeah, you'll be the last one. Ladies first.
I agree. And if I look specifically in the case of Frisian, where it's an elective, or I think as Tomasz would say, it's a weak support model in the secondary school, having these opportunities for fun, for more engagement with the language outside of it being an optional course that not many people engage in, it would really help to promote the language itself more.
Bien, si j'ai bien compris.
The question then is, of course, what is the political framework? Is it? And Mirandé in Portuguese is officially recognized. So there is a very favorable aspect to it. And then it's also a different language. It's Bavenca, which is spoken in parts of Portugal. It's the border towards the Extremadura in Spain. So there is not only Mirandese, there is also a second one in Portugal. And so finally we have official RLs in Portugal. What is done? If I ask the question, is Mirandese one language more? Should it become one? Most say yes. Should Mirandese become compulsory? Even there, most say yes. So the learners want their language to be recognized as a foreign language, an official one, if I may say. And we should also think of the children. We are formatted, so to speak, according to a certain map of Europe or of the world, due to our history, our culture, and so on. But are we also thinking of the linguistic maps in the heads of children? Because a while ago I read a book, Hiver Polyglot, Polyglottic Winter Time. It was a book which comes with some texts. I'm not going into any details. There are some languages or dialects, and then there is a map of the Iberian Peninsula where the languages are shown. I think of that because even in Portuguese and Spanish, can you tell me which languages are spoken there, except for Castellano, maybe Catalan, maybe Valenciano. But of course, we are used to having the maps in our heads which existed in the past. Do we really have an idea of how today's linguistic Europe is. We have to adapt our images in our heads. It's not only about borders, it's also about these lines, these borders between traditional languages. Sometimes it's more than lines, sometimes everything is a bit blurred because languages, cultures, civilizations are not properly delineated, of course. And the Mirandese, for instance, or Mirandese, that's also a Romance language, of course. And on the European level, I think we have to change our mindsets a bit.
To all of you. And now you have the possibility to ask questions, and I would like to remind you to use the microphone because of the live stream. So if anyone has a question, now is your chance. Thomas, no. No, no question. Yes, here's one.
Does this work?
Yeah. Yes.
J'ai une question pour Dr. Vetter. J'aimerais rebondir.
I have a question. I'd like to come back to the comment made on the recognition of teachers for production and development of material.
For developing materials that are context specific.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Merci. En Autriche, on a la possibilité de réserver.
In Austria, we have a possibility to reserve a certain time officially for that work around school material. So meaning this is part of the working hours of the teachers.
Time and energy without being in class. At the same time, they can work on that. But I have seen the result, and this is really very good and very well researched material. And I think the recompensation, je me permets de dire ça.
And
it needs continuous transformation, adaptation, and so on. But the possibility is to get them out of class and to let them work on this product. This is c'est la récompense.
This is the real remuneration, so to speak.
Good model, but it could be a little bit more, but it's really a good idea to have the teachers who are at place, who are experts on that. Maybe science teacher collaboration could be enhanced. There are good models in other countries, but on the ground, taking the teachers as experts for school material is a very good pathway towards good material. Yeah.
Claudine, you wanted to add something?
Alors, en Suisse, on peut aussi.
In Switzerland, we can also do something on the basis of that act or legislation on languages since 2007, meaning there are some financial means coming from Bern and also from the cantons, but only on project basis. You have to have a concrete project. You can say, I'd like to do something for geography, for instance, and you have to well describe the project, and then on the basis you receive some financial means, so you work not 100%, but maybe 10 or 20%, and then year after year some funds are allocated to such projects.
And over there?
Bonjour à tous et à tous.
Good morning to all. I'm Roman Berger. I come from Belgium and I'm professor of Walloon, our regional language in the south of Belgium. And I have a question because I've well seen here the situation of Mirandese. We have a similar situation in Belgium, and my question relates to the objectives as regards the presence of regional languages at schools. We speak about a symbolic value of a language, of languages, when compared to a utilitarian value rather. And we have a broadcast or we have a transmission to the families which relates to languages, and we should maybe also speak about some other practical aspects in this process of revitalization at schools, because it's not possible any longer within the families, at least not in Belgium. And the question is, what are the objectives you follow in this situation with Mirandés in Portugal and also in some other contexts? How can children acquire linguistic competencies or skills so they can perfectly or well speak the regional language as they can do in the national language? And if that is not the case, if it's rather heritage or folklore, what then is the role of these fields or aspects in the teaching of Mirandés?
Question?
Thanks for this question. And of course, here we meet the same reflections and share them. And social linguistic studies say that the transmission of Mirandés within families almost doesn't exist any longer. So it's rather schools now fulfilling this task of teaching and learning Mirandés. When we speak about languages which in inverted commas are close to each other, for instance, how many people speak Mirandés? I wouldn't even know that, scientifically speaking. So if I ask someone, do you understand Mirandés? If I ask someone who lives in the region and speaks Portuguese, he would say yes. And if I ask someone else, then he would say maybe with my parents, with my grandparents. So we are in this debate indeed. And this is something which on the national level sometimes is a bit hard to discuss or analyze. So I find highly interesting these institutions which are of a non-national, maybe supranational nature, be it the EU or the Council of Europe or associations like an association mentioned already. I forget the name. But coming back to Mirandés, the legislation on Mirandés recognizes such language as cultural heritage and a means of conveying culture. This is how it's recognized as for the Mirandés. And sometimes we do not what we should do, but what can we do with the language? The idea is that learners learn the language and that learners learn some other subject matters in Mirandés. And the question then is that the learners normally say yes to such an approach. They say yes, but sometimes schools and education ministries are not yet ready to answer such a question. So the European Charter, for instance, has not yet been signed by Portugal, and the question is, what do we want to do? I want that my learners learn, for instance, mathematics in Mirandés, or is it rather that Mirandés be, in inverted commas, folkloristic? And this is the pathway we are following currently, but we are trying to go in some more depth in this debate, and we try to reach valid conclusions as to what should be done and how it can be done. So on the level of research, for instance, and on all levels, be it the level of Portuguese and also foreign universities, a lot of research is being conducted into this. And researchers are showing or have shown already which interest and which value exists as to learning some other languages, so philologically speaking on all levels. And as I'm going to say, after having defined orthographic standards, we have done it in Portuguese, and now we do this for Mirandés as well, because they themselves do not know how the right orthography is. So in the field of philology, I think for Mirandés it's the same thing as for many other languages, and we have evolved quite considerably as to this in the last few decades.
And thank you to the whole panel. We need to stop now because we will have a lunch break. And I see in the program that we will continue with the group works at 1:30. I have no info about the lunch, but maybe someone else will tell you about this. But thank you for this, and see you in the afternoon.
So a big thank you to Anna and to all the panelists for that session. That was wonderful. And as you mentioned, Anna, lunch is almost upon us. In fact, you might be able to smell it. Don't think I can. I'm afraid that for any viewers online, even with the wonders of technology these days, we can't offer any sustenance to you. But we'll be pausing our transmission and we'll be back online at 2:45 again. But just before you depart for lunch, let me explain a little bit about the group work that you're doing this afternoon. So, as Anna mentioned, it would be wonderful if you could be back and go directly into your groups at 1:30. You should, on your tables, have the lists for the group work, and Katarina's also put the lists on the screen. Just to quickly go through them and point out your moderators. So for group 1, which is the English and French speaking group, and there will be interpretation, we would ask you to stay in the plenary room, and this session will be moderated by Marisa Cavalli. Marisa, who's here. Thanks. Group 2 is in the resource center, which is on the first floor. So when you go up the stairs, turn right and keep on going right until the end. You get to the resource center, and Nick Saville has very kindly offered to moderate this group. Groups 3 and 4 are on the left-hand side on the first floor when you go up the stairs. Group 3 is moderated by Libor Stepanek, and that is in seminar room 2. Group 4 is right next door to group 3 in seminar room 3 and will be moderated by Veronica Herzberg here. While you're in your groups, our roving rapporteur, Johan Hegemann, may be dropping in on you to hear what's going on and give some advice or get an impression at least of the discussions. So you're very welcome now to go for lunch. Lunch is directly above us, upstairs, right next to group rooms for the group rooms for group 3 and 4. And as I say, if you could go directly into your groups at 1:30, that would be wonderful. We have moderators. We'd also be grateful for rapporteurs. We have one volunteer so far, but to report back to the plenary when you come back here at 2:45. So thank you very much. And if I could have a quick word with the moderators of the group just before you go off, that would be great. Thank you. Bon appétit. So, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome back. I gather that the group discussions went well, judging by the level of noise, sound in the room. So what we'd like to do briefly before we go to coffee break is to have each of the groups do a short summary. So we'll just go through group 1 to 4. Could I ask the bilingual group to come up with their summary, good practice? We've only got about 3 minutes for each group, 3.5 minutes for each group. So please be brief. Who's acting as rapporteur for group 1, for Marisa's group?
C'est moi. Oui, je peux. Je cherche juste la question. Hop. Alors, notre groupe a été amené à réfléchir.
Our group thought about the good practices to face challenges linked to the teaching of regional and minority languages and to promote the teaching of these languages in the secondary level. We had testimonies from representatives from Croatia and Austria as well, and we noted that those were two legal frameworks that were rather favorable, with governments that were willing to create bridges between communities and that encourage direct communication in favor of plurilingualism, intercultural understanding, so that learners could have a good self-esteem without or limiting at least personal conflicts. So we had governments here that really encourage the production of pedagogical resources and bilingual resources, the idea being to protect, first and foremost, family languages and funding summer schools or events such as the European Day of Languages in order to encourage intra-community learning. From Canada, we learned that children are encouraged to write stories in their mother tongue about their own lived experiences. So that's one way to encourage translanguage. And they used resources such as AI and dictionaries to translate, and peer expertise to translate these stories into English. So the idea here is to value the mother tongue. We also talked about revitalizing indigenous languages, which for a long time were forbidden to be taught for many years. So the idea is to reintroduce them in the classroom and to encourage them with indigenous school languages, and also with new indigenous ways of learning in classes open to the general public. In Finland, we talked about the need to recognize the expertise of the students and the learners. And one colleague suggested that it may sometimes be necessary to reduce the difficulty of the task given to the child to help with the acquisition of the target language. And finally, maybe a more out-of-the-box idea is to make languages cool through arts and music, for example. And as always, working on changing the mentalities of students and their families, because if parents aren't convinced that these languages are useful tools in the professional world, then these efforts will lead nowhere. We also talked about the eternal question of intergenerational transmission as compared to the role of schools. We talk about recentering the learning of languages in schools by working on texts, speeches, words, vocabulary. In the case of Belgium, our colleague was telling us that identity is not expressed through language anymore, and schools are now doing this transmission because families don't do it anymore. So working on what is less of the language, or rather working on the interactions that can exist between French and Walloon, the regional language, is an important necessity. He was telling us about idioms and sayings in their French from the Walloon. And he was explaining that one way to promote multiculturalism and to favor the integration of migrant populations was to have graffiti in the city that allowed for the broadest sharing of these saying with populations of minority language and the different population community. So regional languages need strong legal protection, and my colleague to my right was highlighting this fact, the paradox that governments tend to finance the teaching of, for example, Basque language in schools, but then that language is not used outside of school. So that's problematic. So we'll leave that up to you now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this brief summary of your discussions.
So this is Nick Saville's group, the rapporteur for that one. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Inglis. I'm doing the report for Group 2. So in our group, we during the introductions, we noticed that many of us come from very different backgrounds and various contexts, and have a lot of collective teaching experience and research experience and work in multilingualism. And it seems that the common topic that everybody has had something to say about is that there are a lot of newcomers that have, so a lot of Ukrainian refugees, other refugees, especially so in the previous years, and that there's a very strong wish to support the multilingualism and to support the integration. But sometimes it's not the easiest thing to do because there's a strong motivation to do it, but sometimes not such a it's not always a clear path onto actually how to do that. Even though multilingualism is definitely included in teacher training, at least I know in Germany, there are other factors and systems that might not always be in place to be able to apply the theory that is intended as it is intended. One of the language beliefs that we've discussed was that that true, when we talk about terminology, that true multilingualism needs to be a fully pledged multilingualism. So we're talking about highly codified standard languages, and that anything that is not codified is not a real language, and that this is something that we need to recognize, and that's a language attitude that one needs to maybe think about. And we also talked about so with plurilingualism and multilingualism, that you don't have to be perfect, so that also refers to the standard varieties. We, of course, it's not all negative. We also talked about how that there's such a strong motivation, and there are so many projects happening amongst the group and participants, and that there are such massive advantages to promoting to learning languages, to promoting creating this new outlook, a democratic outlook, understanding other cultures and tolerance. When we talk about the notion of identity, and that it's important for these languages to be recognized and for the value to be seen. But it needs a whole school approach, because we've also had the more negative examples where in examples of, for example, also Germany or Austria, that there are cases where students are not allowed to speak their heritage languages or home languages. And that of course goes in a way against the multilingualism beliefs that we might have. So, and I think that's it, unless somebody would like to add.
Thank you very much
you.
indeed. A lot of information there. Thank you. Could we pass straight on to group 3, the group moderated by Libor?
Well, thank you very much. My name is Andros Karayanis. I come from Cyprus, and I'm presenting the third group. As it has already been said, early in the morning, we found very interesting the good practices coming from Poland. It is a very good case study, Poland, for us, for teachers who teach to migrants. And we have also mentioned the case study of Switzerland, and especially the Roman language. And we would like to have more information about how these students who decide to learn the Roman language instead of German, French, and Italian, whether they will not have a low prestige, especially when they may apply for a job. It would have been a better explanation to it. And we also learned that, especially from the Netherlands, that many students decide to learn a language because of culture. And in Serbia, the colleagues in Serbia, they organize the language corners in every classroom. And they also organize activities, they share activities on social media with other teachers, and they share especially and good practices on national and European level, for example, the e-twinning. And with this, we want to prove that languages are everywhere. So we found out about challenges as well. And we are very skeptical concerning the employment issues for people who do not speak the main languages of the countries, and especially the people who decide to learn the minority language, whether they have a good chance to get a job like all the others who speak, let's say, in Switzerland and German or the French language. I think there is an issue here, and there should be more discussion on it. In Slovenia, a very good example is Slovenia, where the people, the teachers, they organize language-based courses all around the country. And in Serbia, they offer to the migrants courses for Serbian as foreign languages. So concerning my country in Cyprus, we have very difficulties with migrants coming from the Middle East, the Arabic-speaking migrants, because they have arrived to Cyprus in the age of 4 or 5 years old. They haven't learned not even their mother tongue very well, so it is difficult for us to teach them either Greek or British English. And but anyway, we want to give them the incentive to speak anyway about their culture. So we want them in our class to speak in their own language, to present their culture. We organize cooking classes, lessons, cooking recipes, very interesting for them. Or, for example, the pupils who come from Asia, and as the the main food, the favorite food of young people nowadays, whether we like it or not, is sushi. So we ask the people from Asia to show to the others who do not know how to use the chopsticks. And this is something they do very well. And of course, we want the students to speak about the use of garlic, because not anyone likes garlic, and how they can afford eating everyday spicy food, just to break the glass and to avoid any prejudice and any discrimination against those immigrants. Another interesting thing we found is the etymology of the words. We have similar words in several languages, and also the pronunciation is similar in several languages, and we come to an end about speaking about us, the teachers who want to teach to people with migration biography. They have to be well trained, they have to be well educated, and all the teachers should teach to migrants. Teachers who teach any subject. And with this, we want to prove to the teachers that every teacher should be a language teacher, even if we know that there will be reactions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And can we now move on to the final group, the group 4, moderated by Veronica, the rapporteur there, please.
Hello. Yeah. I'll try to keep it short. We actually came up with 5 solutions instead of 2. So the first one is we all think it's important to create awareness about the interchangeability of teaching materials. Also make inclusive materials so that the migrant children can actually recognize themselves in the materials. It needs to be a collaborative process, so also include the teachers in it, and not just from one region, but from different regions, and not produce a book that's just useful for 1 year. Second of all, we think it's really important to train the teachers on multilingualism, second language learning, language use in the classroom, cultural sensitivities, and translanguaging. So I think that all comes from all different situations that were all, very different. Third of all, we think parents are also a very important stakeholder. They should speak and read in their mother tongue with their kids, so they should not just turn to the majority language or to the minority language. Fourth, we think it's important to influence the public debate about multilingualism in the classroom. So it is a new reality, so we all have to deal with it, or actually we should all profit from that. So we need to create language awareness together. And fifth of all, we think that AI and also online teaching possibilities that could be accessed by anyone. So we should profit from that as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for that wealth of feedback. That was most impressive. I think you've deserved a coffee break after that. So if we could still try to be back by a little bit after 3:30, that would be great. So please take a coffee now. Thank you very much indeed.
This one. Why the light is burning. That's it. Welcome back, everyone, after the coffee break. So I guess you all feel refreshed. And we will start one of the last sessions, session 7, which is the second panel discussion. I'm Cor van der Meer. I'm retired head of the Mercator Research Center for Multilingualism and Language Learning hosted at the Frieske Academy. So that is my background as a Frisian. And I'm very happy to be with some specialists here from different regions, also different regions than what we have heard already. We have, to my opinion, heard a lot of situations and a lot of this. We already had lots of discussions on all differences sometimes and challenges we have. We are looking, and I'm looking forward to hear from the people next to me, who will introduce themselves and also take the, let's say, 2-3 minutes to introduce themselves and introduce their subject and background. So I'll start with Brigitta Conj from Romania. She is sitting next to me. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Brigitta Conj. I come as an English teacher in a secondary school named Odiendre High School in Oradea in Romania. I've been teaching English for 20 years in this school, and it's a school for the Hungarian minority, and I'm one of the members of the Hungarian minority in Romania. I like to say that I use, and not only use, but teach English sometimes, very often, as a glue between these two languages, the national language, which is Romanian, and my mother tongue, which is Hungarian. And I say a glue because, unfortunately, during the communist period, we faced total banning of speaking our mother tongue, but political background still sometimes allows frictions between these two nations. And I clearly feel that as people and as members of the same town or the same community, there are not frictions between people as such. So I hope that I will be able to share with you some tips and tricks of how to teach English and how to get languages and people together in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigitta. Next to Brigitta is Maria Begonia Iturgaiz Rodriguez. I hope I pronounce it okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So it's your minute.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Begoña, and I come from the Basque Country, in the north of Spain. And well, I am a teacher educator for like 15 years, former English teacher as well. And now I'm working for the newly created Institute for Basque Language and Language Education. And as a new institution, we are trying to rethink or to analyze the situation we have in a region where nearly 80% of the students study in our minority language. And the relationship and the level they get and the Spanish level, because Spanish is compulsory, well, compulsory also in education, but as as a subject, okay? And how we deal with foreign languages as well, in our case, English, and in secondary education, also French. And the new challenge about having well, tripled the number of immigrant children in our schools in just 4 years. So we are trying to rethink the immersion model we have had for the last 30 years. And well, we have a lot of challenges ahead as well, as you can see.
Thank you, Maria. On the other side of me is Ramisa Mahdi from Finland, and I welcome you to.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. My name is Ramisa Mahdi, and I'm from Finland. And usually when I say I'm from Finland, so people ask me, where are you from originally? So I can say it already now. I'm from Somalia originally, and we came to Finland 1994 with my parents, and my integration language was Swedish, or still are. Like Swedish become my second language. I listened today all the discussions and the topics that was discussing, and there was many things that I realized that, wow, this is something I have also experienced, what the experts talking about. But then there is other aspects that I was a little bit surprised. I am not from education, from the education sector. Actually, I am a nurse, but also I'm in the politics, in my local and regional politics, and then also the vice president of my party, the Swedish People's Party. So I'm very, very assimilated into the Swedish people. So when we came to Finland, how we found that we are going to integrate in Sweden, in Swedish, it was not that easy. We came to Vasa, first to Vasa and then to Jakobstad, a smaller city, but there is both the language. Finnish and Swedish is very equal in Finnish society, and both language have is the national languages. So when my parents were discussing about what would be integrated in Swedish or in Finnish, then they saw the possibilities of integrating in Swedish, what kind of impact it would have on us, like in terms of education, and what is the Finnish, what kind of benefits it gives us. In that time, being in Pietarsaari, Swedish was the choice for them. And I'm happy they did it, because it's very easy to integrate in smaller communities than in bigger. So today I am both like discussing about or like in my profession as a politician, always trying to find solutions to like, you know, how we can do a better integration for immigrants in Vaasa, where I live now, and how we can face the challenge that they are like facing every day, or in terms of integration to society, but also in schools and in other aspects of life. So yeah, that's short of me.
Thank you, Ramisa. And last but not least, at the end, we have Narrow Byrne from Ireland, and she will talk a little bit and introduce herself as well. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's lovely to be here. So I am Narelle Byrne, and I'm from Waterford in Ireland. I have been teaching for just over 25 years. I know you might find that shocking, but I come here with many hats. So first and foremost, I am a teacher of Irish, of our Irish language, which is very dear to my heart. I'm also an MFL teacher. I teach German. I support students for whom English is an additional language, and I also support students that have additional educational needs. So that's my background. I did spend a few years teaching in an Irish medium school where everything is taught through Irish. But I've spent most of my career in disadvantaged schools. My latest role where we have a school where over a third of our cohort speak a language other than English at home. So there are 42 languages in our school. That is the latest count. And I welcome them into my Irish classroom and into my MFL classroom and to everywhere. We were very proud to be recognised as Ireland's first official school of sanctuary, and that is because of the way we included EAL learners, or these multilingual learners, and their families into our school. And I would love to share some of that practice. I was in teacher ed for a little while, just at the time when the Ukrainian war began. I was out there in supporting teachers and sharing and demonstrating what we did in my school in Mount Sion to welcome these learners into our classrooms. So I am that soldier. I'm back in my classroom, back on the front line, and we take a bottom-up approach. Things at national level take time. There's lots of things to be considered, but we can be the difference we want in the morning. And I hope that you all go back into your classrooms and just do one thing today that will make a difference for your learners. Thank you.
Very good, Narelle. Thank you. Yes, we were discussing, or we would like to discuss a few situations here, and one of the issues is, in fact, the regional minority language in let's say in competition almost sometimes with other languages in the classroom. I'd like to hear your opinion on how regional minority language can get a proper place in the curriculum in your region. Is anyone who wants and can comment on that?
Well, in our case, the education, the last education law states 3 different language models. So parents can choose the model they want to put their children at the school. So we have an A model, which is very chosen very few times. Well, education is mainly through Spanish with Basque language classes and foreign language classes. The second model parents can choose is the bilingual model, 50% Basque medium education, 50% Spanish medium education. But in the practice, as kids don't learn Basque as well as they should, the tendency is to become the model where main instruction goes through Basque language and as Spanish as a subject. Okay. So in this case, the most effective model for the students to become fully bilinguals has been the D model, where they study through through Basque, even though the sociolinguistical situation of the different parts of the Basque country is uneven. There are some very Basque-speaking municipalities or regions and some Spanish-speaking regions. But the most effective model we have found is the T model, where all the kids are have Basque medium education.
Thank you, Maria. Do you want to say something about that?
Please. I heard a very nice sentence this morning that rang a bell to me, and it was that language is not a cultural luxury, but a political necessity. And I'm really happy to say that the political necessity has been satisfied in Romania, as long as the Hungarian minority can learn in their language. Of course, Romanian classes are an added plus to the curricula of the Hungarian schools, which means that they have originally more classes every day than Romanian students would have in Romanian schools. But that is a sacrifice that we are happy to make. We are lucky to have the possibility to study in our national language, and as an English teacher, I would say that I am lucky to be a teacher in a school where I can put this to work. And I'd like to add the fact that I like to spark creativity and I like to take teaching out of the classroom. But when it's in the classroom, I would say that we have to focus very much on the student as an entity and on the student as a part of the community we live in. So as long as we have both Hungarian and Romanian children in our classrooms, or children coming from mixed families, we have to value both cultures besides the British and American culture and civilization, even in the English class. So we like to focus on activities very often that would bring something from the family back home as a value in the classroom. And that can be a story told by a grandfather or a grandmother about the communist period that is told in English and, I don't know, published on a Padlet for the classroom. Or it can be, I don't know, walking around in the town. I mentioned that Oradea is a very beautiful Art Nouveau city. So presenting the town to a tourist in English, but from a Hungarian point of view, and then others would present it from a Romanian point of view, and then we listen to both points of view, and we try to find similarities and differences, and we try to value both. So just as we heard in the morning that the school can have a big positive effect on students, on families, on communities, I think that a positive attitude to living together and to learning and assuming that each language and each person is valuable is very important. So I would say there's not a threat in our community to minority languages in this way.
It's very good. Thank you. Anyone of you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I can say just one thing, that it is in Finland we have different situation. Swedish and Finnish is equal there. We have Swedish schools and the Finnish schools. It's separated. Then we have the other minority groups, the immigrants that comes to the country, that they integrates into Finnish schools and Swedish schools. And it can be many different groups and different languages. And I see problems, or what to say, the challenges for that groups. Of course, the integration process have to go. and but we haven't come yet to the stage that we actually also like encourage the students pupils mother tongue. Mostly it's more like, you know, in schools they have once a week mother tongue classes that is outside of school time, and sometimes there is not existing if it's not enough of group, or it's not if there is no teacher that can, you know, take that responsibility, or like, you know, minority teacher that knows the language well, or you know, if there is no material, then it's very difficult to, like, you know, do it. So I see that kind of challenges, but it's not like somehow a threat to the Swedish language or Finnish language. Thank you.
Just in the Irish context as well, we are blessed that Irish has official status, and it is the first language of our country. So for that reason, there is a lot of resources and money gone into the language. So we don't have the struggles that some of you have to get classroom resources, and literally is all around us. But we do have struggles, obviously, because English is the language of schooling. So we have to kind of get the learners into our class, and the struggle is making sure that they can access our curriculum on Gaeilge and that they can experience success, because we do want to keep them, and they really do add a lovely gloss, a lovely flavour to the Irish language classroom, and they can motivate a lot of our own learners that maybe hadn't such a great appreciation for a subject that is compulsory. So that is my experience of it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I also would like to hear a bit more about your opinion on, let's start with the language policies, for example. It is often said that national or language policies should aim to create an open environment where all languages can flourish. But also there's a big role in most of the time in the regional authorities. Perhaps it's good to start with you, Ramisa, to tell us a little bit about what is the influence and how can that be in balance from national and regional perspective.
Yeah, yeah. As I said before, Finland have two national languages, and if you see where I came from, Österbottnia, it's very strong Swedish people. There is a lot of Swedish people population, and in Vasa we are 50-50 Finnish and Swedish. But also in Vasa, we always say that we are a multicultural city. We have 73 plus languages, because we have this kind of we have universities that are international, so we get a lot of international students into the city. When it comes to the language policies in Vasa, we have been like promoting so many years now that we should be what we call a multilingual city, because we want to attract, you know, more internationals to our city, because it's crucial to us and our workforce. So from police perspective, we are like doing, you know, all the time this kind of promotion to like attract different kind of people. But then there is challenges, and the challenges I see is that when it comes to integration and integration languages, and then how to help the kids in the schools, and what kind of support system they have in their, you know, to preserve their own mother tongue, then there is the challenge, because we like to attract people to our city, but we don't have the capacity yet to, like, you know, think forward to like how we gonna keep all the languages intact in Vasa. So what we did was, as a city, that we created a multicultural board that we have from different sector, from school sector, healthcare sector, and different area, and created that kind of multicultural board for the municipality to like have this kind of direct access. And then we had also this kind of Talent Vasa. We are creating like, you know, this kind of hubs to like have the connection between our internationals and the migrant groups and the city. So there is going a lot of work, but you know, I think the challenges will always be there, and we need to take like, you know, step by step. And in the school system, it's also like challenging to like see that we don't have this kind of segregation. It starts with housing areas. If you segregate in the housing, then the schools become segregated, and that's what we are always trying to do it in the policy making. Like, we are not putting everybody in the same place, like the 10 different immigrant groups in one place, and then that school is not funded well, not giving like, you know, the right funds to like, you know, properly function, and not give the support the kids needs. So that's the things that as a policymaker or like decision maker, I'm trying always to like, you know, take up into our discussions. Thank you.
Well, that's certainly something to take home with us as a good practice. Is there anyone else who wants to comment on this? On policy issues? No?
Well, I think that we need, in the Basque Country, what we need is to strengthen the relationship between the school and the community. Because if we want our students to become fully bilinguals, in those not so Basque speaking areas, we need to give them support out of the school, and a possibility to take part in the cultural Basque life, because we are a community with two hearts: the one that speaks Basque and the one that speaks Spanish, and culturally they are different. So if we want to give the chance to our students to become in the future fully bilinguals and to have the same opportunities to build their own lives, I need that it's very, very important for schools to become part of the cultural life of the communities. And this is a law in our case. We have to work on that.
I suppose the language policies are made at national level, and they all read very well, and I do believe in them, but what do they look like on the ground? What do they look like in your school? And I think that's the challenge, to make that language policy work for you in your context with your learners, sometimes without resources. That's the challenge for us in our school. We just made a promise, I suppose, made a pledge that we would try and acknowledge and value all the languages in our school. And there was 42 of them. So what did that entail? I can tell you there's 42 languages because we went and found out the linguistic profile of our school. So just even knowing the linguistic profile of your school is so important, knowing which languages the speakers can speak to any level and to whom. And once we knew that, we made a massive effort to make sure that the home languages, the language repertoire of every student was visible and was seen in our school. We rotate the language of greeting, the language of road call every week. So we can answer I'm here, hello and goodbye in a different language every week, so everybody gets to hear their language valued, including Irish. And we butcher it. We often make mistakes because some of those languages are very difficult, but that was the best thing we did because students saw that it was okay to take a risk. It's okay to get it wrong, but for once it wasn't them getting it wrong, struggling with another language. We make sure that our school library and all the visuals that we use reflect all the cultures and all the languages, and our school signage. And where do we get that signage in 42 different languages? We use the learners. They had these languages, they created the signs. Their families created the signs, but again, that gave them an authentic leadership role in our school. So we didn't keep looking at what we didn't have, but we used the resources that we have. We have a wonderful welcome board the map, the whole thing when you come into the reception area, because that's the first place everyone is going to come when they come into a school. And we hope that the minute you walk in the door that you know that languages are welcomed, that cultures are valued. We have a wonderful welcome booklet, which is now in 42 languages, but that again was created by the parents, by the students, maybe by the imam, maybe by our local communities. And we do have pre-literate learners and pre-literate families, and it's also available as an audio. So they're just some ideas of how that language policy works in our school, because if we get it right at the school level, then we can get it right in the classroom, but it has to happen across the school. Thanks.
Another good practice, I think. Thank you. I would also like to discuss briefly with you the role of, let's say, the stakeholders. It was in our working group also mentioned the role of the parents and the role of parents on the creation and the teaching and perhaps also the involvement of languages in the classroom. Can you explore a little bit on if parents are involved somehow as stakeholders in the decision-making or in the classroom itself? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, they do. So in our community, in our county, in Bihor County, Oradea is part of, parents have a lot to say through the Parents' Council in the schools. Each school has a Parents' Council. The Parents' Council is represented on county and national level as well. And as a national minority, we are also represented in the City Council, and we have the possibility to get lots of cross-border activities and projects and take part in them. And of course, partially they are funded by parents, even if officially we say that school is free for everyone and it doesn't imply any costs on the side of the parents, but we know that this is just a fairy tale. And I think it's not limited to Romania, but it's a worldwide story. Yes, as long as they come with the financial part partially, they have a word to say. And I would say that parents often come with higher expectations from the school than they would be able to satisfy as parents.
Okay.
Thank you.
In our case, parents are full members of the school's board, so they can take part in the big decisions and in all the plans that the school wants to develop. So they really are involved in the school's government.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think parents are a big stakeholder for their kids' education, of course. The cooperation between the school and the parents, depends on which school you look at. It's a little bit different. Even if there is parent board, then it's the connection and the regularity they have between between the teachers and the parents. It can look different. What I see as problem in Finland, we have not regional minority groups. And of course, there is Sami, but it's another topic. It's a native language. In Finland, Swedish and Finnish works like exactly parallel, but in the same way. We have the immigrant parents, immigrant kids' parents. And when we see the cooperation between the immigrants' parents and the teachers, there is a lot of challenge because at the beginning, you need this kind of translation because you need to somehow explain to the teacher, to the parents also what you are like, discussing with them. And it also needs like, the parents understand to be more involved into kids' education and be more aware of their like, their homeworks and everything. But also, I think what we are lacking, and now I'm talking from a political perspective, is that the support for the parents. I don't think it's the school can do that. Of course, they can cooperate, but the cities can do it. Supporting them in like in being more involved into generally into the kids' life. But then there is also challenge that the parents say also that we have our own obligation to learn the language, the culture, and go to work and do all that at the same time as like you being a parent. And then there's the language barriers that's always there. So there is many challenges, but also like I think it's more fixable if we approach them right.
No, you've covered most of there. Just when we meet parents, we are very cognizant of maybe cultural issues or language issues, and we do often one of the first questions we ask them is which language would they prefer to be communicated in, or what is their means of communication. We're very, I suppose, into the whole sustainable development, and we'd like to be a paperless school, but a lot of our new parents sometimes don't have VSware, or they can't check emails, and they do need it to be sent in letter form and old tools. But even taking that step, we have an active parent advisory council, but there are always the same parents that come. So it's again going out and targeting those parents and making sure that there's representation. And I'd always say, would you like to join our Parents Association? And they might say no straight away. I'd say, well, if a new family comes, can I give them your number? So we bring them in that way and make sure if we are surveying them to get their opinion on school change or timetable or whatever matter, we send that as well in the home language, because if we really want an answer, we have to make sure it's accessible. And the other thing, they do work. Some of them are migrant workers and they come here and they are working shifts. So when we have parent-teacher meetings, that we offer them different slots and we try and work around when they're available or call out another big steps. But if we can get that right, it really, really does make a difference and brings the parents with you on the journey.
Thank you, Naro. The last item I would like to bring up before we open the floor to you for questions is perhaps the involvement of the, let's say, migrant or refugee languages in the classroom. I wonder if they are being used, and if so, if that is, let's say, in competition with the regional minority language from the region itself. So perhaps you can reflect on that. Does it play a role in your region?
It does play a role in the region, but it does not play a role in most of the minority schools, national minority schools. As far as most of the refugee children, students, are included by the system in the Romanian schools. And that might be a helping hand offered to these children in order not to struggle with two new languages maybe at the same time, but only with one that's the national language of the country. So as a teacher in a Hungarian school, I do not face such problems. But I see parents, for example, in the park speaking with their kids in a minority language, in a refugee language, I would say. And I think that kids are not judgmental. So kids would play with another kid even if they don't speak the language. And slowly but surely they would take to each other. And if this happens, then they might start to learn each other's language without noticing it. And that would be the point.
Okay.
Because if we don't struggle, then we learn.
And that is very true. But I also meant these languages being, let's say, giving some attention in the classroom. Maybe a few words in Arabic or counting in Ukrainian. Some simple examples. We're doing some projects in Friesland which are trying to do that, and which apparently works quite well. So I was wondering if that plays a role.
Yes, we had, for example, Chinese students that were coming from Hungary and not from China, and then they were integrated in the Hungarian school. And I am willing to say that it's not only me, but the other teachers too, who are open to see and to experience their culture as well. So, for example, teaching each other a few words, or describing each other food that they would cook at home, or I don't know, different family holidays that are organized in their family. I think that these children need not only linguistic support, but more than that, probably support that would make them feel accepted, not tolerated. And in order to achieve this, you have to challenge them to be part of the community they are in. And I think that one of the best ways of taking their part or taking their chair in the classroom is by showing the other one that, hey, I'm here too. And that probably, yes, one example of the kind.
Yeah.
In Basque schools, we have a welcoming program, yes, to put in those words, where all the children, the newcomer children, I mean, have like a special classroom where they are for the first 2 years, 10 hours a week. They enter to the school at 9 o'clock, so from 9 to 11, they are in the welcoming room where they are taught, but mainly Basque language. But one of the goals of the program is that they have a space. They feel welcome and they can interact with other children in their situation and that speak also their languages. So every day for the first 2 years, they come to this, we call it the USLE class, and they are introduced to Basque language. But the first activity they do is, they start talking about themselves and they draw their linguistic repertoire and how they feel. And we have special learning units for well-being to ensure they feel well and they feel welcome. And then the schools which are more sensitive to the topic, or of course organize multicultural activities, multicultural days, and so on. So yes, in a sense they do. We take them into account.
Yep. As I said, you have a great opportunity every day. We have to take roll call. I take roll call 9 times a day. That's the many classes I have, but I have a chance every roll call to hear their home language. I have a chance to even say hello to them as they come in the door in their home language or say goodbye. People often say to me, "You're amazing. How do you remember all their languages?" And while I am amazing, I do have just a welcome board at the top of my class. So when any learner comes in, I invite them to take a bubble and put their language up. So usually I'm standing there, but the board is my scaffold, my language thing. But it's a very, very easy way of doing that. As I said, I am a teacher of Irish. And the Irish language is so full of proverbs and lovely idioms and everything. And all other languages also have proverbs and lovely ways that we can bring their language into it. And we say, oh, it exists in your language as well. So there's a lovely opportunity there. And even the Irish curriculum, the Irish specification, the junior cycle and the senior cycle acknowledge learners' other languages. All learners are encouraged to keep a pun and chonga, a language portfolio, where they compare their mistakes and the syntax and the grammar, usually to English, but they can do that with their home language. So it's a wonderful opportunity for us to discuss the comparisons and the differences. And of course, we teach keywords and try and give them the language and the words that they will need before a new topic. So even having a sheet up on the board where the keywords can come up in all the languages is an opportunity to bring them in. And we're still pure and we're still Irish and it's still the target language, but it's there and it's welcomed. Thanks.
Interesting to hear about it, or your perspective. Now I take another hat. I'm the immigrant here. So it was a long time ago. I was in school, so I cannot talk about my perspective. And it was, new to Finland when I came, new Finland taking immigrants. It was in 1994, 93. There was a huge group Somali who came to Finland. But before us, it was the Vietnamese who came. And before that, there was no existing immigration in Finland. So my time is different than what is now. And also when my daughter, I can speak about her now because it's through that, my experience, and also through policy making. Of course, there is all the kind of activities that's existing in schools, but being visible or like being recognized as minority in classes, it doesn't, we can't just say that once in a year that we have a multicultural event, then we are good. We're doing, good work. It doesn't enough because we're talking about identity, we are talking about language, we're talking about heritage. So all that, if it's not like consistent in everyday schooling, then it's not, something that is valuable to or that doesn't add so much to the kids' life. Having this kind of events once in a year or once in a half year. So what we need more is like, being more cultural sensitive, meaning that you have to be, allowing that the students with the minority background being visible with everything they are, not only the language, the culture also, being, and creating acceptance space for them, and recognizing their value. And if we are not doing that, then the language is also suffering, and the identity and the culture. And add to that everything that we are discussing in politics about all the time with the negativity about immigration. If we don't believe that, even many believe that the kids does not read the newspaper, but still they see what are discussed about them and their culture. And I was telling Veronica about me also that I started like hiding my own identity, my language, and wanted to become one of them. But the thing was that I was never enough because I'm black, so I cannot change my color. So it was, later it clicked me like I will never become like them. So better to be you than being like, something in between. So, and I think that is, things that are going through every migrant kid who are in a space where they feel all the time targeted and or like their language are not significant. So what we need and you are a lot of educators here, we need to be more cultural sensitive. How do we build up these individuals? Thank you.
First, I want to thank Ramisa and something to take home with us as well. Thank you.
Of course.
And you would like to comment?
Yes,
Okay.
I would just like to relate a little bit to what you said, probably with an example of good practice. In Romania, we have for a couple of years a week called the Different School. And in that 1 week, we teach differently, or we do different activities. We don't go to school like we usually do. We don't do activities like we usually do. And I think it was about 4 years ago that one of the teachers suggested, why wouldn't we have a week in which we speak about national identity and we try to include as many countries as possible. And the conclusion was, okay, let's have each class select a country from the European Union and prepare for teaching about that country. So each classroom, we have our separate classrooms, not teachers have their classrooms, but classes have their classrooms. Each classroom turned into a different country. But what was nice about it was that they put so much effort, not only into decorating the classroom, but learning national dances, folk dances they never saw before, or making cards with information about cultural things that maybe we have never heard about. So everybody had a ticket to walk around in each country and collect information that was important, or they considered it interesting. And the cherry on the cake was that when we selected randomly the classes, which class would take which country, one of the students stood up, and it was a Hungarian student, but his classmate was Chen, the only Chinese student in our school, and said, I suggest that we have the possibility to also choose other countries to present. And he suggested China, and we had China, and Chen was in the seventh heaven because of it. And he came with ideas, and he even brought in his parents to take part in presenting the week's activity. And it was life-changing, probably not only for me, but for many colleagues and students as well. So there are counter examples, and I hope that they will spread.
Very well. Thank you, Brigitta. The floor is open for you to ask questions on this panel. Are there any questions at this moment? Yes, Eva.
Thank you for this excellent panel. So
Maybe you should use the microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm so inspired from the passions you had. I'm really thank you so much. I just have one question, because I think we all feel that there's a difference in attitude and in ideologies towards the main question that we were discussing today. Is the question of what about languages of immigration in multilingual schools, in schools where regional and minority languages are placed, let's say that. And you can conceptualize this as challenge, or you can conceptualize this as flowers on, as flourishing. And I would like to know, it's a question about the Irish school. I would like to know if full bilingualism is a goal in the school, and if there is a way, because I was, to be honest, I was so impressed by the attitude where you really live multilingualism in a way we teach in teacher education finally, and the way that that goes beyond a pure language awareness, because you have a kind of participation with the greetings and so on. So this is not only symbolic, but this is one step forward. And so my question would be, first, is full bilingualism your goal? And second, is there another way to integrate those languages, so language courses or small language courses and so on? Yeah.
Look, happy students learn, and I think that's where we came from. Genuinely, we were leaving a third of our cohort behind, and we could be waiting for help, and we could be waiting for national resources, and we could be waiting things, or we could do something in the morning. But it just came from, I teach in a Christian Brothers school, and it's that whole ethos. And we could all say we belong to any school or a school ethos and school values. And school mission statements can sometimes bring a tear to your eye. But what does that look like? I keep saying on the ground. So that was what it looked like to us with these learners. We never thought of bilingual or trilingual or anything. We just thought, how can we make them part of our classroom? There was no other agenda, if that makes sense. But then once we had incorporated them, the English language actually came, their proficiency grew a lot quicker because of the well-being, because we welcomed the resources that they brought to the table. We welcomed their home language and all their prior knowledge, and they were able to use it until the English came. We had a bit of a dual system going. Whatever way they access content, they accessed it. With their home language, we have Polish school on a Saturday, but that's the Polish community that would rent out the school. That happens a lot in Irish communities. And the Latvian community has followed suit. You can see it now. We have a big Portuguese community. The PPLI, they're the Post-Primary Language Initiative in Ireland. There are, I think, 28 languages now students can sit as part of their Leaving Cert. They mightn't be offered in schools, but even getting those papers and linking with tutors there. Our Arabic speakers, our Afghan students and other learners from Syria, we linked with the Imam. And the Arabic Leaving Cert paper was very Quranic, so they were used to prayer and all of that. So we tried to, I suppose, foster it that way. There was no stone unturned. If a parent wanted to come in after school and take some language classes. And then in the end, as our students kind of aged through the system when they were 16, when they were 17, when they were 18, they often took those language classes. They were looking for the Irish community, wore the Goshka, so they ran the Homer clubs and they gave that language support. But we use the resources that we have, that's all I can say. And they are there. And our students outnumber us. There's 400 of them, so only 40 of us use them. Thanks.
Thank you, Nero. Is there one last question? We have two last questions now. Are they quick? Just okay. Yeah, yeah. We'll try to handle them within 5 minutes.
Okay, quick one. In the Basque Country, you said parents can choose which type of school the children go to. And Model D was the most successful in, let's say, producing kids that are good in Basque and also in Spanish. I was wondering, when thinking about migrant children, are they also choosing Model D more than the others, or is it different? And then for Finland, so you very well said how it's important to integrate all the home languages in the school, in the Swedish medium schools in this case. But of course, Finnish is also in the community. And I was wondering how these schools are going about the kids also learning Finnish.
Okay, two questions. First for me. I've said that parents take part in public schools, okay? We've got a system that is partly, well, more or less 45% public funded. Well, it's all public funded, but 45%. Oh, sorry. It's on? Yeah, so I need to be closer. Okay, so the system is 45% public schools, 55% private schools, publicly funded private school. Okay, so in the public system, parents do take part in the board, and they make the big decisions of the school. language plan, well, every kind of decisions, okay? And on the private sector, they don't take part in the board, okay? The decision, well, they take part in the decision, but not in this way. Oh, second question was? Me. Okay. They can choose in the period they can choose. If immigrant child comes in February, for instance, or comes during the school year, he or she is placed in a school that is close to where he or she lives. Okay, but the following year they can choose, and that is what families usually tend to do. Okay, first 2 years, if the kid is happy, okay, he or she goes ahead. But if they are not so happy, or they have relatives who have children in another close school, in another school, they used to change them. And this is becoming a problem. This could be a problem because segregation issues. It raises segregation issues because if immigrant children tend to be together in one particular school, that's, well, maybe we see that every kid has the right to be happy at the school he or she is. So, but we wouldn't like to have special schools, like special school for immigrant children. We think it is not, that is not equity. To ensure equity, well, we like to have more inclusive schools. I'm making myself clear? Of course.
I will be short. In Finland, yes, both Swedish and Finnish exist, in the same time, and it's mandatory to learn the other language. On top of, you have, yeah. So otherwise, it can be difficult in the workforce. You have to know the other language. So it is, but I think with adults, when they choose for their kids the integration language, they sometimes almost choose the Finnish language because it's the majority language, and it's also easier for them to, to not need to learn as good Swedish as anyone else. So, but when you are integrating in Swedish, you need Finnish also to succeed. So that there's that little bit differences.
I'm a bit sorry for the other two questions. We have a reception coming up, so perhaps you can use that time to address your questions, please. Thank you. Then I would like to give the panelists a big applause because they were. And we'll move on to the next session. Oh no, it's the same session, but the second part. Okay.
Alors, merci.
Oui, alors, j'ai le plaisir et l'honneur de présenter Monsieur.
And now I'd like to introduce you to Aurelio La Torre. He has come here from Italy. And he is also in the Council of Ministers in Italy. So he is in direct contact with the cabinet of the Prime Minister. And as to the departments, he's also in charge of several topics. He is also working in the field of fundamental rights with a particular focus on language and linguistic rights as regards us here. He has been trained as a lawyer, an international lawyer. He also does capacity building measures and works in several EU-financed projects in Eastern Europe. So he also helps countries as regards reforms towards the accession to the European Union. He is also the author of a draft legislation for the protection of the linguistic heritage of Italy, and also for an action plan for the promotion of regional languages. He speaks many languages, and I'm handing over to him. Thank you very much, Marisa. An excellent après-midi.
This very important event and to all of you as participants. I think that minority and regional languages are facing significant challenges for the future, and we need to act in order to preserve their existence itself for many of them. That's why I thought to select some possible proposals that could be maybe source of inspiration for some of your countries. I assume you like historical Italian architecture, because I use this for introducing something about my work. As Marisa said, I'm working for the government since 2001. So from there, I have the perspective of national policies. In parallel, this is the Romanian Parliament Palace. In parallel, I spent some years abroad as coordinator of projects for the European Union. And so I had the chance to see how policies are implemented in other countries in Europe. And finally, in the last 2 years, this is the parliament of the Sicilian region in Italy, one of the oldest parliament in the world, they say. I was saying since 2023, I'm supporting some initiatives in order to revitalize the Sicilian language in Italy, but not only the Sicilian one, but also the other Italian regional languages. I was born in Sicily, so that's why this was the first option, but of course, in parallel with the others. I mentioned the Italian paradox. Probably many of you are already aware, but what we call the Italian paradox is this one. So this is the richness of linguistic diversity in Italy, something that made many linguists to say that Italy is the heaven of linguists. And as I mentioned, many of the regional languages in Italy have international recognition from UNESCO, Ethnologue, and so on, through the International Code 639-3 that you maybe know. But in spite of this international recognition, they are not yet recognized in Italy. And this is why we go to the following slides. So here you see the paradox. The colored parts are the minorities that are recognized. So there is a kind of difference between the two slides. So between this one and this one. Okay. I promised to you to share some proposals for inspiration. So let's start. The first one is to fight the common prejudice against minority and regional languages. This that you can see here are some of the phrases that we heard many times in Italy, and it's important to fight this prejudice because languages are not just a communication tool, they are much, much more. And we have to do this for several reasons. Today, this morning, I heard a significant sentence that defending these languages is not a cultural luxury, but a political necessity. I would add that it is also a legal necessity, and I will try to show you why. This is something we should do for the new generations. The new generation are very important, and personally, I am into this fight also for all the future generations. So, legal necessity, I said, I think we should all be aware that the European Union legal framework is pushing in a very clear way towards the protection of our cultural diversity, linguistic diversity, and European patrimony. And if you read attentively, there is a kind of subliminal message that is not only recognizing that there is this patrimony, but also to monitor. The Charter, on the other side, the Charter for Fundamental Rights, Articles 21st, 22nd, tell us something additional that we are talking about fundamental rights. So linguistic rights are part of the fundamental rights. This is very important. This is something that I often have to repeat to people that is not convinced, the people that thinks that we are dealing with a kind of niche sector. This is a reference to the European legal framework, but I could add that many of our constitutions include the same concepts, that linguistic rights are fundamental rights, and I would add, this is something recent, they are strictly connected to the protection of the cultural heritage of our states. This is very important because normally also in the Italian jurisprudence, they made reference to Article 6, but not yet to Article 9. In my opinion, this is the future of what may happen also in legal cases for the future. And this connection between these languages and the cultural heritage is also confirmed by many international legal provisions. Here I'm mentioning, for example, the Convention and International Convention of the United Nations. There is, of course, Article 7 of the Charter that we know. And so I think we have to insist on these pillars. We are talking about fundamental rights. They have a constitutional umbrella. And there are also international provisions confirming the connection with the cultural heritage that, as you know, is a duty for our state to be protected. We have in Rome the Colosseum, Imagine if they would not do anything for 200 years, saying that, okay, let's leave it like it is. Colosseum probably will disappear. So they have to intervene. And the same should be for cultural, immaterial patrimony. Colosseum is material, you can touch it. But also what is immaterial is necessary to be protected. Today we talked about new minorities, and I fully agree with the speakers that said that these two types of protection can reinforce each other. So, yes, but at the same time, I think that we should be aware of the situation and knowing that there are some differences that I try to highlight in these slides. And they are competing because resources are limited. And I think that each state should make its own evaluation of priorities and finding the right balance. Why did I mention the ISO code? Because in my opinion, is one of the leverage that we can use. As I mentioned, in Italy, there are, for example, 8, including Sicilian, but also others, 8 Italian regional languages that have this code, so this recognition that implies a lot of things, literature, grammar, lexicon, and so on, but they are not recognized by the state. So they are recognized internationally, but not by the state. So I think this is a leverage that we can also use. Another proposal that I can submit to your attention is the possibility to create a kind of glossary or made of facts, so questions and answers. We did this, meaning we are in the process of finalizing this work for Italy, and I suggest to consider also this option, taking into account the peculiarities of each of your countries. Defend regional bilingualism advantages is another proposal, because being bilingual is an advantage not only when we talk about large circulation languages like English, French, German, but this is perfectly valid when we have the so-called regional bilingualism. This was the rule in Italy until the last generation, probably, and most of the Italian citizens had this bilingualism made of Italian plus the regional language. Many studies demonstrate the advantages, and the advantages are not only related to more clever people and less Alzheimer in the old age, but the advantage is also connected to the fact that you tie your stones to the past generations, to your history, the history of your family, the history of your community. And probably this is something that is necessary to preserve. You know that Italians tend to travel a lot. Before this, one of the advantages, or one of the things that we may consider, is the importance of myths, old traditions, the local traditions, local stories or anecdotes, and most of this material is something that came to us from one generation to the others through the minority or regional language. This is just an example of things that can be done. This is a representation on one part of the Odyssea you know, the Homerus famous poem. And in particular, this was made in Sicilia and was in particular dedicated to the moment of Odysseus' travel when he goes through the street of Sicily, between Sicily and the rest of Italy. And different shows are represented for the Sicilian schools thanks to this initiative. So it's just an example of things that can be done. This is another example that is taken from the Sicilian regional language, but of course is valid for any other. Connect, meaning you can, this is the Sicilian diaspora, so the blue little points are where there are Sicilian speaking communities. And one of the things that was made was a try to revitalize this network and organize an initiative. For example, the International Day for Sicilian Language, but this can be done for any other, in connection with people in other continents. I think it's a very symbolic and interesting things. But connection is not only with the diaspora, connection can be also between us, meaning connecting different languages in different countries. And also in the same state. In Italy, for example, the 8 regional languages that are not yet recognized are meeting in order to discuss a common strategy, in order to advocate recognition towards the Italian state. Next proposal concerns the key date. So my suggestion would be not to limitate ourselves to 26th of September, that is really very important, but just to evaluate the possibility to consider other key dates. Here I put a few ones, just not to scare you, but in reality, we have many others. And just to give a little examples, this is another possibility. But here again, I am finalizing another calendar that is bigger than this, and that I wanted to discuss with European Commission, ECML, and Council of Europe. This one? Key dates. Just to make an example, the last 1st of June was the Global Day of Parents. And what was done at regional level was a press release with 10 proposals for Sicilian parents that wants to transmit Sicilian language to their sons. And there were some practical pieces of advice. So this is just an example of what can be done using as excuse these symbolic key dates. Okay, another possibility is to draft a manifesto for our languages. I think a manifesto can be a very important leverage. And we have, for example, I know there is something changed. Can you hear me clearly? Okay, very good. So here again, this is just an example from exactly 2 years ago when I had the chance to present in the European Parliament premises this document that in that case was for the Sicilian language. But the format is something that can be used also for other cases. What we have here is the usual structure of the manifesto. And we will have the possibility to say more, but here I will just make a synthesis that these are things that you can achieve. Probably we can consider in the future to establish a common working group in which reciprocal advice can be given in order to stimulate the production of these manifestos in Europe, or to have a common one for all the regional minority languages in Europe that could be, for example, could be shared by all the associations that are active in Europe for the protection of minority and regional languages. Imagine the communication impact of such a manifesto. Okay, this is a test for you. I give you 1 minute to read it. And then I will ask you, what is it about, in your opinion? What is the main point of this text? Soon I will ask you to raise your hands if you have understood more than 75% of the text. Please raise your hands. Impressive. Impressive. Okay. Do you know in which language is this text written? Sorry? Leopanto. No, it's not. But you are not far away. You are not far from the solution. Any other? Okay. This is a planned language like Esperanto, like Europanto, like others, and the name is Interlingua. The main difference between this language and Esperanto and all the others is exactly what you have experienced 2 minutes ago, meaning you can fully understand it even if you have never studied in your life this language. I think that this is a very interesting point that should be deepened in the future for many purposes. One is the use in the classes as the so-called bridge languages. Imagine immigrants in Europe, they know one of the Romance languages, but not the Romance language of the hosting country. Can be one of the bridge languages. Another use is what was experimented in a German city called, I think, Paderborn. I don't know if my pronunciation is good. Paderborn, yes. In that case, they use Esperanto, but this can be a valid alternative. Anyway, not because I don't believe you, but I wanted to ask you, this text is about what? Please?
An immigrant woman using the Welsh language instead of the English language.
Exactly, exactly. And is the broader issue is language discrimination. And language discrimination leads us to my probably last proposal, or almost last proposal, because fostering respect over linguistic discrimination acts, in my opinion, should be one of the priorities in our classes, but not only in our classes, in all the parts of our society. I think this aspect is undervaluated, and I'm not the first one to notice this. You probably heard of the French linguist Blanchet, Philippe Blanchet, when he wrote that linguistic discrimination is probably the only form of discrimination fully accepted, if not encouraged, in our Western states. I think it's a very important statement on which we should all think about. And maybe we should not only think about, we should do something about. And this is why I'm making this proposal, that is we can think of organizing, or at least promoting, and others will organize, a conference against language discrimination. I also tried to imagine a possible date. 1st of June is Zero Discrimination Day. Probably this is a misspelling. It should be 1st of March. 1st of June is a global day. So 1st of March, Zero Discrimination Day. So this is another proposal that with whom we can conclude. But finally, I would like to dedicate all this presentation to my sons. These are my sons in Sicily. And they have the 3 flags, because these 3 flags represent their 3 identities, because each language is a new identity. And I think that we should work in order to increase the number of identities and not to uniform our identities. So thank you very much. And Yusuf.
Thanks a lot for this, and I'm I'm the rapporteur of the conference, and I have to admit that I almost forgot that I should make a statement at the end. It was Anna Elizabeth who told me on the way to the hotel that you're on the panel, and I had forgotten I was in the program. But if I finish off where you, I think it was very well concluded already by you, Aurelio, and I think also this proposal of having a non-discrimination day next year in June is a good idea, and also the manifesto. And there because I come from the Federal Union of European Nationalities, an sister organization of MPLD, we're the biggest organization for minorities in Europe. We have 105 member organizations in 35 countries. And at our Congress about a month ago, we presented a similar manifesto, so it's along the line. So it has a wide support, exactly what you proposed, Aurelia. So I think it's a very good idea. I will be very short. First of all, I'm very humble. I learned so much. I've been more in a learning mood today than or learning mode. You're the experts. I don't have a background in education or pedagogics. So I learned a lot about the importance of language teaching, the importance of schools in the minority languages, the importance of bilingual schools. And already so much is being well done. There's so many good examples, both at national level, at regional level, at the local level. So let me just finish up with, I mean, first of all, I shouldn't have gone to the hockey game yesterday if I knew I would have to speak today. So, and secondly, my fucking computer went black. So even what I had scribbled down, I couldn't reach. But just to say that I was on my way back to because I saw from Vicente that my dress code is not really the right one. I'm always overdressed, and I was going to change to a sweater in the hotel when I was running to the lift when a couple or the husband told his wife, "Hey, keep the elevator open for that guy." And then I said, "Uh-huh, guilty American." And no, he corrected me. No, we're Canadian. And so, but by the way, speaking of Americans, you have a Trump tie. And I said, no, come on, bugger off. It's not a Trump tie. This is a tie of Athletic Bilbao. And there is I think the essence of this. Why is and the other, he was asking me, the bugger told me, okay, you're Basque probably. I said, no, I'm from Finland, the other direction. I mean, a hockey nation like yours, they explained to me that they also went to the game yesterday. In fact, he was the manager of the goalie of Klagenfurt 99, the local, who won yesterday the game against Vienna. But anyway, coming back to the bloody tie, I mean, this is what we heard. It's about the identity. Whether it's about the Romansh in Graubünden, Grigione or Grisons, spoken by very few, but it's passed on because it's part of the identity. Either the local identity, it also become the regional at the canton level in Graubünden or Grigione, but even at the Swiss level, it has become an identity. You have similar examples with Mirandés. Everyone chooses to teach it to their children because it's part of the local identity, and you hear it again with the Basque families of Spanish-speaking or children of Spanish-speaking parents who choose the Basque immersion model, the Modelo D for their children, because they see this, they have this identity and they want to pass it on. There are many good examples. Eva mentioned the Hungarians and Croatian in Burgenland, and there's many of you, I'm afraid, that wanna if I may, Susanne Decker about the Frisians and so on, that I might forget someone if I start listing you. But my main question is then, and Aurelio was also mentioning it with the manifesto. What can we do? What can we expect the local, regional, or the European Union to do? Anna gets the question every day, and what can we use? Where's Politikole? Where's the money for all this? And then I have a very disappointing answer, and when you say you ask the EU to intervene or support it, then unfortunately you have to say that this is a competence of the member states, that we cannot do much on behalf of the European Union. The member states do a lot, but there are good examples, and I think it's we already from the minority, we know the economic added value, we know the cultural added value, but we have to convince the majority, those that don't speak these regional languages or are not even interested. And I was thinking of, I worked as an advisor to the Commissioner for Multilingualism, the first and the last, as it turned out. Also, not from Nordschwarat, but not far away from Brașov, or Brașov in Romanian. And he always gave an example during the 3.5 years we traveled together from Barcelona, from CaixaBank, which is a savings bank. At that time, the world's biggest savings bank. There's not that many savings banks left. You have in Austria, they're strong with the Sparkasse. You have this tradition. You have in Italy the Cassa di Risparmio or Cassa Rurale di Frosinone. But anyway, CaixaBank impressed him because they made money. So what does CaixaBank do them so exclusive? And you probably think that I'm paid by them when I'm standing here, but no. In fact, I think they summon what has been said by so many, Ramirez and the others, that CaixaBank, they had two policies. Everyone should maintain and improve their language of origin. They had employees speaking over 100 languages from all over the world. And they stressed that they should not forget these languages. They should learn Catalan. Catalan was at that point spoken by around 30% of, still is 36% as a native tongue of the Catalans. But CaixaBank still said that this should be our corporate language, Catalan. Everyone should know Catalan, but you should also maintain your knowledges in Mandarin, in Hindi, in Yoruba, and so on, because it gains the company. Banks gain from it. When we do contacts all around the world, we saw the map of where they speak Sicilian. Bank need these people. So they stress this, and I think that should be maybe my final. Then we'll let you go for dinner, or we have a cocktail. Thanking, of course, for the organizers very much, Michael and his team. So I think I'm concluding here. You've heard very much. I learned a lot today. I took home all these examples that you know who are in this field, and I'm sure we can do even better together. So thank you all very much, and wishing you a nice evening. Thanking the organ. An applause for the organizers.
I hate to be the person who stands between you and a glass of Glühwein, but there are two things. First of all, we need to heat the Glühwein, so they need to bring the cables into the room. And secondly, we have two Christmas trees, not real ones, appearing. Michael? Oh yes, he says. So while Michael is busy with that, let me just say a few concluding words. Or shout a few concluding words. So the time has come for the thank yous. So first of all, to the members of the working group who put together such a rich and interesting programme for us today. So to Cor, Vicen, Veronica and Johan. So thank you very much to all of you. To our speakers, to our moderators, to our rapporteurs, to our willing learners who made the videos for us, to my colleagues here at the ECML, and in particular to Michael, to Katerina, to Adelina, who's not in the room right now, to Chris and to Emily, because Emily, our trainee, really helped put some of those videos together, but to all of the trainees who've been running around all day looking after us. To our interpreters, and last but not least, of course, to all of you for taking the time out of your busy lives, particularly at this time of year when things get very busy, for your input, for your ideas, and for your commitment. And we're really hoping that we can, as Johan said, take this forward. It's an agenda that we want to continue to work with together with the European Commission. And on that note, anyone who would like to volunteer for a section in Lara's journey on a regional minority languages that's not there, or to translate the motivation manifesto, please just drop one of us an email and we will send you the Word version, etc. And you can work on that for us. That would be absolutely wonderful. And I'd like to finish actually by sending out a message of hope. I am convinced that promoting regional and minority languages as part of Europe's rich linguistic and cultural landscape, and that promoting plurilingualism more broadly can act as a powerful counterbalance to all the negativity and polarization that's surrounding us right now, particularly where language is so often used as a weapon. And because plurilingualism is important, I am going to stress you one more time and finish off in French. It's time to put your...
So thank you very much. Now you should certainly be used to using these headsets. Our languages are part of our identity, and only thanks to them are we human and can peacefully resolve conflicts and can shape together our common future. That's why we have chosen as motto for the European Day of Languages of this year, languages open up minds and hearts. And indeed, languages have something unique to them, which goes beyond a cognitive and intellectual challenge. And it has been said here repeatedly, languages are linked to our identities and to our hearts. And thanks to languages, we can also touch the hearts of others. So now we will certainly use all our clothes in order to go into the courtyard and drink something together. And at the same time, we will also use a post-it, each and every one of us, and leave a gift on one of the trees, Christmas trees. What does that mean? It means that we will also do something after this year today. It will be a gift in order to promote languages, minority and regional languages. So we have a Christmas tree, we have to use warm clothes, and we have to go into the courtyard in order to drink something together. Thanks to everyone and an excellent holiday season. Thank you.